Chapter 1037. Hiss! It was like a dream, stunning the world. The cold light of the sword dyed both his eyebrows. Chu Hen's eyes were like the stars as he wielded his sword. The dazzling sword light that resembled the flowing light of the dark night seemed to have traced back countless years of time. The impassioned and sharp sound pierced the eardrums of everyone present. A dazzling red pillar of blood sprayed high into the sky, under the incomparably shocked gazes of countless people. Qi Ming's head was immediately separated from his neck and sent flying. Rumble! In an instant, everyone on Jade Spiral Island felt the world darken, especially the citizens of Whale Island City. It was as if the entire world had collapsed. Everything in their eyes lost its gorgeous luster. Under the cover of the gloomy shadow, the decapitated body continuously assaulted everyone's visual nerves. The faces of the 4 clan heads turned deathly pale, losing their original color. Even the 3 VIP judges, Gongsun Xiao, Yang Yuan, and Qi Yin, were shocked and frightened. Yu, the voice of the Lu family's clan head trembled. He was just about to ask Chu Hen why he had to kill him, but the cold aura emanating from the sword in his opponent's hand caused him to swallow the rest of his words. The city lord was killed. The young city lord was killed. This was the heaviest blow to the entire Whale Island City. Furthermore, it was done in front of all the citizens of Whale Island City. This was an indescribable sorrow and humiliation. Not long ago, Jade Spiral Island was still reverberating with jubilant cries of Lord City Lord, wise and mighty, unparalleled under the heavens, master of the 4 seas, eternal and everlasting. Last month, the City Lord, Qi Ming, had broken through the shackles of the sky profound realm and stepped into the immemorial realm. In the eyes of the world, this was like a blessing from the heavens. Whale Island City was bound to prosper for 1,000 generations, never to decline. Who could have expected that in the highly anticipated heavenly talisman battle, the City Lord's reign of power would come to an end? Everything returned to nothingness, and all of this was thanks to the young man in front of them, victorious East Province, Chu Hen, the 3rd Lord of the province. At this moment, he was as dazzling as the bright moon and stars. Everything else was just his background. Lu Yen, the genius of the Lu family, was completely panicked. He was almost scared out of his wits. Chu Hen's strength had already caused Lu Yen to not even dare to harbor any resentment. Losing his left arm was even more worthless. Qi Jueshin, you've really screwed me over this time. Lu Yen laughed bitterly at himself. Now, he only hoped that Chu Hen would not continue to trouble him. A city lord had been killed, yet not a single person from the other clans in Whale Island City dared to step forward. This was a great irony. Shortly after, Chu Hen raised his head indifferently and glanced at the 4 patriarchs. Their faces paled once more. It was as if they had come into contact with the gaze of the Grim Reaper. They did not even have the courage to look him in the eye. Who wants us to stay? His calm voice was devoid of any emotion. Everyone was silent. The corners of Chu Hen's mouth curled up. Then he turned to face Yi Yao, Shifeng Zi, Mu Feng, and the others. They understood his intentions. Immediately, everyone left the square and headed for the waters by the sea. Buzz! Soon after, along with a strong energy fluctuation, a golden airship about 100 meters long appeared in the sky above Jade Spiral Island's waters. In a strange and deathly silent atmosphere, the airship flew towards the azure sky and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. They left. The people of Jade Spiral Island gradually came back to their senses. Looking at the 2 miserable corpses on the messy square, they felt sad and desolate. This guy is really ruthless. The genius of Zhongyuan Castle, Song Xiu, shook his head and sighed. On the other side, Su Lingzu looked at the direction where the golden airship had disappeared with a soft light in her beautiful eyes. The genius of martial arts, Zhui Weihan narrowed his eyes and seemed to be filled with coldness. Although they were both in the 7th rank of the profound sky realm, the appearance of Chu Hen today had made him feel a great sense of crisis. I haven't had time to say goodbye to brother Chu Hen. Zhang Shu stared blankly at the shadow that had already turned into a black and sighed with some regret. Fortunately, they had left unscathed, although the outcome greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. This heavenly talisman battle was not in vain. The heavenly talisman battle had come to an end. In this strange atmosphere, many unrelated people consciously retreated from this place. The people of the eastern continent, Giant Crocodile Bay, Zhongyuan Castle, and other places, as well as the Runemaster teams, left one after another. The 4 patriarchs looked at each other, then looked at City Lord Qi Ming's corpse, and left one after another with ulterior motives. The others in the city, Lord's Manor, were both furious and helpless. With Qi Ming's death, Whale Island City was bound to be in chaos. The 4 great clans would definitely fight for the position of power. The city Lord's Manor, which should have been prosperous for thousands of years, ended up losing everything because of a single wrong move. No one knew what would happen to Whale Island City in the future. The azure sea seemed to have merged with the sky. The golden airship soared through the sky like a ferocious beast. This golden airship is not bad. It feels more stable than the ones I've ridden before. The interior of the golden airship was luxuriously decorated like a small palace. Mu Feng, Haozi, Han Yichuan, and the rest looked left and right, full of interest. The appearance of this flowing cloud golden boat was almost the same as the one he had taken before. It was completely enclosed, and there were passages on both sides of the cabin that led to the outside. There were windows made of transparent glass inside, through which one could see the scenery outside. It wasn't hard to guess that Qi Ming had spent a lot of effort to obtain this golden airship. But in the end, because of the narrow-mindedness of the father and son, they had given it to someone else for nothing. This should be the talisman array that controls the golden airship's movements. Their gazes fell on a tall platform at the front of the ship. The platform was separated from the inner cabin by a jade railing. A brilliant talisman array flickered on the platform, and a crystal pillar over 2 meters long was erected at the important junctions of the talisman array. At a glance, there were a total of 12 crystal pillars. It's a primal crystal pillar. Han Yichuan's eyes lit up. Each of these primal crystal pillars requires billions of high-grade primal crystals to forge. That's right. Haozi nodded, showing his affirmation. The power of the primal crystals is not enough to keep up with the consumption of the talisman array to operate such a large device like the golden airship. Only the primal crystal pillar can support it. Every once in a while, they should have to replace the crystal pillars with a new one. It's simply burning money. They couldn't help but shake their heads. Although the golden airship was good, it consumed too much energy. If it wasn't to deal with the temperamental convective storms in the sea, it wouldn't have been used at all. Now it seemed that it was normal that the boarding passes they had bought before could reach the price of tens of billions. After all, the large golden airship was hundreds of times larger than this one. The energy consumption of the two was insignificant. You guys don't touch the talisman array on it. I don't want to fall from it. Shifeng Zi, who was leaning on the seat of the inner cabin, reminded them lazily. Mu Feng smiled slyly. Senior Shi, can you teach me how to control the golden airship? I'll bring you guys to a higher altitude. Shifeng Zi didn't even look at Mu Feng. He lazily closed his eyes and rested. This golden airship is quite big. There are dozens of rooms. Qiao Shaowan and Yi Yao walked out from another passage. The novelty of the golden airship raised everyone's interest. They soon forgot about the unpleasantness that had happened on Jade Spiral Island. However, they soon discovered a problem. Where's Chu Hen? Isn't he with you? Haozi asked. I don't know. I didn't see him when we came up. He must be feeling guilty about killing 2 more people. Xiao Shaowan said casually. He killed a city lord in one go. This time, Whale Island City is definitely finished. However, his personality is becoming more and more to my liking. It's just that he's a little procrastinating. If only he could kill his way out of Whale Island City earlier. What a waste of time to participate in the Heavenly Talisman battle. Get lost, you naughty girl. Wait until you're fully developed before thinking about men. If you don't participate in the Heavenly Talisman battle, you have a private golden airship to ride. Mu Feng scolded. TSK, you're the one who hasn't fully developed. Xiao Shaowan curled her lips in disdain. At the end of the golden airship, at the end of the long walkway, there was a tall overpass. The window on the overpass was opened. Chu Hen sat quietly by the window, gazing at the boundless sea below. You're here? Everyone's looking for you. A gentle voice came from behind. Long Xuanchuang walked to his side with light steps. Looking at the handsome and resolute side profile, Long Xuanchuang opened her red lips and asked again, What's wrong? Are you still thinking about what happened just now? It's not your fault. No. Chu Hen shook his head, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. Chapter 1038. They. Who are you referring to? Long Xuanchuang's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as she stared solemnly at Chu Hen's handsome side profile. Before Chu Hen killed Qi Ming, the latter had said some thought-provoking words. You people have to hurry up and run. They will be here soon. At that time, everyone was still in a state of shock from Chu Hen's powerful methods and hadn't had the time to think about it. Now that they had calmed down and thought about it, it seemed that things weren't that simple at all. However, in response to Long Xuanchuang's question, Chu Hen shook his head in confusion. I don't know either, don't know? Long Xuanchuang was slightly taken aback. She stared at Chu Hen's eyes for a while and couldn't help pondering over it. Could it be the city lord's backer? In Long Xuanchuang's opinion, for Qi Ming to be able to rule Whale Island City for such a long time, apart from his own strength, he most likely had a huge tree behind him. If Chu Hen gave the order to kill him, it would definitely cause the people behind him to send people to kill him. Chu Hen shook his head again. Then he let out a long sigh and smiled. No need to guess too much. Thinking too much is just asking for trouble. Since they had already left Whale Island City, they might as well put an end to everything that had happened over the past few days. Their top priority now was to rush to the Immortal Devil Tomb as soon as possible and find Luo Mengchang. The two of them immediately returned to the inner cabin. Seeing the two of them return, the others all cast inquiring gazes at them. Where did you go? Disappearing right from the start. Mu Feng asked. Big brother Chu Hen, are you all right? Yi Yao held the yin-yang beast Noni in one arm and held Chu Hen's arm in the other. Her pretty face was full of concern. Chu Hen smiled warmly. I'm fine. He then glanced at Shifeng Zi, Hani Chuan, Haozi, and Xiao Shaowan. I have something to say. Everyone was taken aback. Shifeng Zi, who was sitting on the chair with his eyes closed, also slowly opened his eyes. Chu Hen's expression was slightly solemn as he said, If we encounter some unexpected situations along the way, the first thing we need to do is to ensure our own safety. If the team is separated and we can't find the others in a short period of time, then we'll head directly to the Immortal and Devil Tomb and wait for the others. Hearing Chu Hen's solemn tone, they couldn't help but feel bewildered. What happened? Haozi asked. No, it's just a precaution, so I told you in advance. The others nodded to show that they understood. What if the Tomb of Immortals and Demons doesn't converge? Han Ichuan asked. Then we'll go to the Deep Star State. Chu Hen answered without hesitation. Desolate, Sword, Ancient Land, Tomb of Immortals and Devils, Deep Star State, these were the three places where Luo Mengchang was most likely to appear. Guyu went to the desolate, Sword, Ancient Land alone. Chu Hen led the team to the Tomb of Immortals and Devils, regardless of who found Luo Mengchang first. Or, if they couldn't find her, they would eventually meet up in the Deep Star State. The specific rendezvous point was marked on the map left behind by Guyu. Oh right, what did that old fellow Qi Ming mean by those words before he died? Mu Feng asked the same question as Long Xuanxuang. What else could it mean? He was just trying to scare us. Xiao Xiaowan replied casually. The others were instantly speechless. How could the dignified ruler of Whale Island City play this kind of child's game? Chu Hen smiled slightly. Perhaps he was just trying to scare us. Let's not take this matter to heart. Senior West Wind and I will take turns to guard the control array of the Golden Boat. The rest of you can go and rest. But seeing that Chu Hen was rather relaxed, the others no longer had any suspicions. The azure sky was clear and boundless. The waves of the blue sea were calm. The flowing cloud golden boat was like a ferocious beast traversing through the void. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Just like the calm sea, everything was peaceful. The peaceful environment gradually calmed everyone's hearts. Xiaowan, how old are you? I feel like I'm much older than you. In a chic and elegant room, 2 pairs of fair legs were leaning against the wall. Yi Yao and Xiao Xiaowan were lying side by side at the head of the bed. The yin-yang beast that was as docile as a cat was curled up into a ball of fur not far away. Its eyes were half closed as if it was napping. The time on the flowing cloud golden boat was relatively monotonous and boring, especially for the 2 young girls, Yi Yao and Xiao Xiaowan. During this period of time, the 2 of them had become good friends who could talk about anything. Even when they slept at night, they would squeeze into one bed. How old are you? Xiao Xiaowan opened her big bright eyes and then raised her fingers. I don't know the specifics, but it should be between 20 to 30. 20 to 30? This answer obviously made Yi Yao stunned for a moment. How is that possible? Even if I say you're 15 years old, it's still too much. I'm really not lying to you. I just grow up slowly. When old Xiao said that he picked me up, I was only this old. Xiao Xiaowan gestured with her hand. Looking at the length of 2 to 3 inches, Yi Yao was even more speechless. Is that a human? I don't know. Anyway, that's what old Xiao said. In any case, Xiao Xiaowan had a look of, I'm naive, I'm innocent, I don't know how to lie. Yao couldn't do anything about her, so she simply stopped asking. I don't know why, but I like the aura of your big brother, Chu Hen, more and more. Xiao Xiaowan casually said, Aura? What aura? Cold, murderous. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Yao frowned and immediately sat up. She looked at the other party with a little anger. How can big brother Chu Hen be like what you said? Then what do you think? Xiao Xiaowan asked. Yi Yao thought for a moment. Then her slightly furrowed brows relaxed, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Big brother Chu Hen's aura is warm, and it feels very comfortable to stay by his side. Love-struck fool! Before the other party could finish, Xiao Xiaowan interrupted and continued. Actually, from the first time I saw him, his aura was a little cold. Later on, during the Battle of Black Kshetra Sky Region and the Battle of Thunder Saint Palace, his murderous aura reached an extremely terrifying level. A few days ago, when he killed Qi Ming and his son, it was the same. Fortunately, those people in Whale Island City were smart and didn't continue to provoke him. Otherwise, the entire Whale Island City would definitely be filled with rivers of blood. As for the battle between Black Kshetra Sky Region and Thunder Saint Palace, Yi Yao had witnessed it with her own eyes. As for Xiao Xiaowan's words, Yi Yao couldn't deny it. She lightly bit her cherry lips, not knowing how to answer. Xiao Xiaowan glanced at the other party. But you don't have to worry too much. His self-control is much stronger than we imagined. It's not to the point where he can't control himself. Upon hearing Xiao Xiaowan's words, Yi Yao suddenly stared at the other party. Did sect leader Qiao Yong and Hall Master Xing send you and Han Yichuan to spy on big brother Chu Hen? Huh. Xiao Xiaowan was stunned for a moment. So you're not stupid? Yi Yao rolled her eyes at the other party. It wasn't that she wasn't smart, she was just naive. However, after experiencing so many hardships, she was gradually coming to understand the cruelty of this world. Indeed, there's such a reason. After all, your big brother Chu Hen is an extremely dangerous person. However, that's not my main objective. Oh, Yi Yao was slightly surprised. Qiao Xiaowan's eyes were filled with confusion as she muttered, I left the eastern continent because I have my own matters to attend to. A hazy veil seemed to float in the air. Rumble. Right at this moment, a thunderous roar resounded through the thick walls of the flowing cloud golden boat. The sudden thunderclap directly interrupted Yi Yao's train of thought. She subconsciously looked at the window. Through the transparent window made of a special material, she saw that the sky outside had gradually darkened. A few bean-sized water droplets smashed against the window, leaving a trail of water behind. The storm is coming, Yi Yao said in a low voice. Yes. Qiao Xiaowan turned around and grabbed a blanket to cover her head. This kind of weather is the best for sleeping. Feeling a little amused, Yi Yao shook her head. Then she got off the bed and walked to the window to take a look. In the sky above the area in front of the outside world, the sky was dark and the clouds were swirling in the wind. An incomparably huge storm hovered above the sea like a punishment from the heavens. Bolts of incomparably strong lightning intertwined like dragons and pythons, letting out bursts of roars. Buzz, buzz! The flowing cloud golden boat swayed slightly as it faced the storm. It was like a wild, ancient beast that had bumped into the endless storm. In an instant, the entire body of the flowing cloud golden boat blossomed with a series of dazzling light patterns. Chapter 1039. Rumble! The sea churned, and huge waves rose to the sky. The endless storm seemed to tear the world apart. The flowing cloud golden boat that Chu Hen and the others were driving was like a meteorite shuttling through the vast nebula vortex. The destructive storm continued to launch all kinds of fierce attacks, but the flowing cloud golden boat was still unhindered. This storm has been going on for 6 days, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop. In the inner cabin that controlled the direction of the golden boat, Chu Hen stood by the window. Outside the thick glass, it was dark. The lightning flashing in the clouds was like a silver dragon riding on the clouds. The wind was strong, and the rain was like pearls, showing the power of nature. At this moment, a series of light footsteps could be heard approaching from the corridor. Chu Hen turned around and saw Shifengzi on time. Because the flowing cloud golden boat needed the power of the talisman array to be activated. For safety reasons, this place had to be guarded. In the team, only Chu Hen and Shifengzi could understand the talisman array. Therefore, for the past few days, the two had taken turns to guard here. Senior. Chu Hen nodded politely. Shifengzi nodded slightly and looked out of the window. I'm afraid the storm won't stop so soon. It should be. Is there something on your mind? Shifengzi asked. Chu Hen shook his head and smiled. Nothing. It's just that after so many days, I wonder how Mingshang is doing. Heaven helps the worthy. You are already on your way, and we will meet again. We will meet again. Chu Hen's mind moved slightly, and he couldn't help but think of the moment when Luo Mingshang fell into the devouring space cave in the Xian Kshetra sky region. Soft, ethereal like a spirit butterfly in the wind, it was heartbreaking. Flowers will bloom again, and people will meet again. Don't forget me. These were Luo Mingshang's last words. In Chu Hen's memory, there were 2 scenes that were imprinted in his mind. One was when Luo Mingshang fell into the devouring cave in order to save him. Another was the scene where Long Zhan sacrificed himself for him in the imperial city of the sacred Star Dynasty. It was still vivid in his mind. Whenever he thought of these 2 things, Chu Hen's heart would involuntarily become restless. I hope there won't be too many obstacles in the future, Chu Hen muttered in a low voice. Shifengzi smiled. Whale Island City's matter has blown up so much that the victorious East Province will probably sigh and shake their heads again. Chu Hen also felt helpless. If it weren't for Qi Juexin's overbearing attitude, he wouldn't have gone to such extremes. Fortunately, Whale Island City was quite a distance away from the Greater East Province. What was done here wouldn't have too much of an impact on the Greater East Province. Senior, I'll leave this place to you. I'll come back later, Chu Hen said. Go. Chu Hen nodded and immediately turned to leave. As he watched the young figure walk into the corridor, Shifeng Zi couldn't hide the admiration in his eyes, but there was also a faint hint of contemplation. Even though he had lived for most of his life and seen all sorts of storms in the world, yet Shifeng Zi couldn't see through this young junior in front of him at all. The other party had too many secrets that no one knew about. Suddenly, Chu Hen stopped in his tracks. At the same time, a dense chill surged out of his body. Shifeng Zi was startled at first. Then his eyes also turned cold, and his expression changed greatly. Hurry! Before he could finish his sentence, an incomparably intense and heavy explosion resounded. Ice-cold air and rain, as well as all sorts of explosive fragments, exploded. Without giving Chu Hen any time to react, a sharp and thick wall suddenly appeared in front of Chu Hen's cabin walkway. The flowing cloud golden boat shook violently. Before Chu Hen and Shifeng Zi realized what had happened, the entire cabin was directly split in two. Boom! Boom! The 100-meter-long flowing cloud golden boat was instantly split in two. The thunderous storm poured down overwhelmingly. Bang! The talisman formation that controlled the movement of the flowing cloud golden boat was directly destroyed. The incomparably chaotic talisman power leaked out wantonly, and the bursting talisman formation's secret book exploded like interweaving thunder and lightning. Under the combined impact of the two forces, the originally indestructible flowing cloud golden boat was suddenly like a withered boat and was violently destroyed. The cabin exploded and the room collapsed. What's happening? Brother Chu Hen, where are you? What the hell is going on? Amid the panicked and confused shouts, Chu Hen, Yi Yao, Long Xuan Xuan, and all the others were all exposed to the infinite storm. The broken flowing cloud golden boat was shredded into countless pieces by the storm. The gale roared, and everyone tried their best to stabilize their bodies. The torrential rain hit their bodies like stone bullets. The piercingly cold air swirled at a high speed, like wind blades and rain knives. The sky was dark and the earth was dark. Dark clouds were rolling in the sky, and huge waves were surging down below. As Chu Hen stabilized his body, he raised his cold eyes and saw that in the sky there was an even larger flowing cloud golden boat. This flowing cloud golden boat was 1,000 meters long. It was like a giant beast in the darkness. Moreover, this giant boat was not completely sealed, and unexpectedly the deck was open. And on the deck there were dozens of ghost-like black shadows emitting a cold aura. Their cold eyes were filled with bone-piercing coldness. Who are these people? Chu Hen frowned, and his eyes were filled with coldness. They were the ones who had destroyed the flowing cloud golden boat. F*CK, this hurricane is too big. Mu Feng had already lost his balance and was being swept around by the storm. Brother Chu Hen, Noni has been swept away. Hurry up and save him. Yi Yao shouted. Chu Hen was startled and looked sideways, only to see the yin-yang beast Noni had been directly swept into a whirlpool caused by the hurricane. The gloomy waves were like the giant hand of a roaring monster, and seemed to want to drag everyone into an abyss of eternal damnation. Senior Shifeng. Chu Hen shouted in a stern voice. I know. Shifeng Zi immediately responded. As soon as his voice fell, a dazzling crystal tree shadow bloomed behind Shifeng Zi, emitting a luxurious light. The gorgeous light pattern was like a round star, illuminating the heaven and earth. Buzz! Then a bubble-like light sphere condensed around Shifeng Zi's body. The bubble light sphere rapidly grew and turned into a round shield with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters. Everyone come to me, Shifeng Zi shouted. At the same time, Chu Hen's figure moved, like a lightning streaking across the sky, and instantly plunged into the earth-shaking hurricane. Woo! Inyang Beast Noni let out a low whimper. Its fur was drenched, and it looked particularly miserable. Chu Hen did not say much, picked up Noni with one hand, and quickly turned around to retreat from the center of the hurricane. The earth-shattering wind blades rushed over like a swarm of locusts. Chu Hen's body was immediately filled with many shallow wounds. Chu Hen paid no attention to this and stepped on the waves, moving toward Shifeng Zi's position. Everyone swept toward Shifeng Zi at the fastest speed and entered the runic shield he had created. Brother Chu Hen, whoosh! As if passing through a thin layer of water, Chu Hen, carrying Inyang Beast Noni, finally entered the protective shield. Are you all right? Chu Hen asked, while handing Noni to Yi Yao. Everyone looked solemn, shaking their heads, and looked up at the mysterious giant ship sailing in the sky. Above the dim sky, thunder and lightning crisscrossed. The giant ship, exuding a gloomy aura, was like a fierce beast eyeing its prey. Those cold figures standing on the deck made people feel extremely uneasy. Chapter 1040. Rumble, endless convection storms invaded the world, as if they wanted to tear the sky above the sea into pieces. The biting cold wind blades and the powerful rain of bullets continuously struck the rune shield that Shifeng Zi had condensed. Crackling sounds were dense and violent. The flowing cloud golden boat was completely destroyed by the invaders, without the slightest bit of defense. The current situation could be said to be extremely anxious. Who are these people? Han Yichuan's gaze was gloomy, his expression incomparably solemn. The eyes of the others were also filled with solemnity. The flowing cloud golden boat, which was more than a kilometer wide, was emitting a chilling aura that made people's hearts palpitate. It was like a terrifying beast looking down on everyone, eyeing them covetously. A mountain-like pressure shrouded him. Together with the earth-shattering death storm, it simultaneously crushed everyone's mind. I don't know. Chu Hen frowned and said coldly, those who came did not have good intentions, and those who had good intentions did not come. The other party's straightforward attack had already indicated that they were enemies and not friends. The most important thing now is to leave this storm area as soon as possible, Hauzi said in a low voice. I don't need you to remind me. Shifeng Zi's expression was solemn. He unceasingly released vigorous Reiki energy, and circles of gorgeous light ripples spread out in all directions like water waves. The light shield that was protecting everyone was like a meteorite shuttling through the atmosphere, charging forward against a death storm that was roaring angrily. The biting cold wind blades and the rapid rainstorm were like thousands of sword rain. Every time it suffered a round of attack, a circle of slight dents would appear on the light shield. Shifeng Zi's brows were tightly knitted, his expression incomparably solemn. The Reiki energy in his Naiwan palace was being consumed at an extremely fast speed. Even with the protection of the immortal talisman spiritual tree, he was afraid that he would not be able to persist for a long time. Apart from this endless death storm, the greatest threat at the moment was the flowing cloud golden boat in the sky, which was emitting a huge pressure. They are following us, Mu Feng said in a deep voice. It seemed that the mysterious people on the flowing cloud golden boat were not in a hurry to attack. They just followed the crowd unhurriedly like this. These bastards are trying to exhaust our stamina. Han Yichuan cursed again. It was obvious that Chu Hen's party would fall into the death storm sooner or later due to Shifeng Zi's Reiki energy being exhausted under the assault of the convection storm. Everyone's stamina was rapidly depleting. At that time, the enemy would be able to easily take them down without wasting a single soldier. This was no different from a cat playing with Hauzi. While he was filled with resentment, there was nothing he could do. Let's fight it out with them. Mu Feng couldn't hold back his impatience any longer. That's courting death. Xiao Shaowan immediately dampened his enthusiasm. Those people's auras aren't any weaker than ours. If you want to fight, you can do it yourself. I don't want to die with you. Humph, are we going to continue wasting time like this? We'll be buried in the convection storm before they have a chance to attack. Stop quarreling. What's the point of being unreasonable at a time like this? Long Xuan frowned slightly. At this moment, Chu Hen suddenly said, "Do you still remember what I told you before?" Everyone could not help but be startled. They looked at each other in surprise. "Brother Chu Hen, you?" Chu Hen's gaze turned cold. His handsome face revealed a trace of determination. "These people are most likely here for me." Upon hearing this, everyone instantly understood Chu Hen's intention. "No." Yi Yao immediately objected. "If we leave, we'll leave together. We won't leave you behind, Brother Chu Hen." "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not going to die," Chu Hen replied calmly. Long Xuan raised her eyes slightly and opened her red lips slightly. "I'll stay and help you." "No need." Chu Hen rejected without hesitation. He solemnly said to the crowd, "It'll be easier for me to escape on my own." Long Xuan wanted to insist, but when she saw Chu Hen's determined gaze, she did not say anything else. She gently bit her red lips and nodded. "Be careful." "Don't worry." Chu Hen scanned the crowd and said to Shifeng Zi, "Senior, I'll have to trouble you from now on. Go ahead." Shifeng Zi said in a low voice. Chu Hen nodded. Then his figure moved as if he had passed through a layer of water and shot out of the light barrier like an arrow. Ignoring the shouts of Yi Yao and the rest, Chu Hen flew in another direction. Just as Chu Hen had expected, the mysterious person had indeed come for him. The giant boat obviously paused in the void for a moment, then changed direction and chased after Chu Hen. However, they had no intention of letting Shifeng Zi and the others go. As they changed the direction of their pursuit, nearly 10 black figures with extraordinary auras directly flew down from the huge ship and charged toward Shifeng Zi and his party. "Humph." Shifeng Zi snorted coldly. His eyes glowed with a dazzling light, and the virtual shadow of the spirit tree behind him once again shone brightly. In an instant, the speed of the light barrier increased by several times. Like a giant egg streaking across the void, it was incomparably swift and fierce, radiating light in all directions. Looking at the giant egg that disappeared in the storm and the pursuers that followed closely behind, Chu Hen's eyes surged with a trace of coldness. "I'll leave it to you, Senior Shifeng." Then he raised his head to look at the giant boat that was almost above his head. Chu Hen narrowed his eyes and swept forward against the storm. Rumble. Clang. The raging waves did not stop, and the tornadoes and whirlpools did not stop. A series of huge whirlpools soared into the sky, stirring up the heaven and earth, like a series of raging flood dragons that traversed the vast sea. The overwhelming hailstorm was mixed with the wind blades, exuding an aura of destruction that could crush everything. One after another, tiny bloody marks appeared on Chu Hen's body, and a lot of the clothes on his arms were torn. In this regard, Chu Hen turned a blind eye to it. Stunning lightning streaked across the sky one after another, and his swift and fierce figure shuttled back and forth among the tornadoes. The giant boat in the sky chased after him closely. It kept a distance of no more than 5 miles. The gigantic ship was like a meteorite crashing into the raging storm. It shook the surroundings, and its momentum shook the entire universe. Chu Hen also understood that it was impossible to escape in a straight line. Immediately after passing through 2 storms, Chu Hen once again changed the direction of his movement and swept diagonally to the other side. Rumble! The giant boat, which had also changed its direction, collided with the storm whirlpool and let out a deafening collision sound. Chu Hen was secretly surprised. Based on his simple understanding of the golden boat, he knew that every time the golden boat changed its direction, it would need to change the movement trajectory of the controlling glyph. During this period, there would be a short pause. If these short intervals could be superimposed, then it would be quite a lot of time. However, Chu Hen also had to face this constantly superimposed tropospheric storm layer. Even an expert of the ancient eternity realm would not be able to sustain it for a long time. Fortunately, because of the chaotic body, the strength of Chu Hen's physical body was far stronger than that of ordinary people, and he could still persist for now. Qi, the silver lightning that streaked across the sky, resonated with the tribulation lightning in the sky. Chu Hen was as swift as lightning and as sharp as a ray of light. He shuttled back and forth among the storm and the tsunami without any pattern. Relying on his incomparably agile and reckless movements, the golden boat was getting further and further away from Chu Hen while constantly changing directions. It was indeed effective. Chu Hen was secretly delighted. As long as he changed directions 10 more times, he would be able to shake them off completely. However, the newcomers were not fools. Chu Hen's intentions were soon discovered. Buzz, buzz! After completing another change in direction, the giant boat of flowing clouds' speed increased explosively, and it charged toward him like a huge beast. Dazzling lightning illuminated the world, and a huge black shadow gradually enveloped the sky above Chu Hen. Then, the dozen or so figures lined up on the deck pounced down like ghosts. The dazzling lightning shone on the cold spears in their hands. They were clad in battle armor, and their auras were astonishing. The powerful auras revealed by their indifferent eyes were enough to make one shudder. When Chu Hen came into contact with one of the pairs of eyes, his heart suddenly trembled. This aura was very familiar. Ha! Before Chu Hen could react, a piercing sneer and a powerful aura poured down. We meet again the little mouse outside Kongyu City, a familiar voice, a familiar aura. Chu Hen's pupils contracted tightly. It really was them. Outside Kongyu City. Chapter 1041. Ha! We meet again the little mouse outside Kongyu City. Boom! A thunderous storm shook the heavens. The lightning that shone in the sky shone on the powerful figures that exuded a chilling aura, a chilling spear. It was a majestic golden, holy armor. They were like heavenly soldiers that made people feel great pressure. As for Kongyu City, those 3 words caused Chu Hen's heart to tremble. Kongyu City. Before the opening of the ancient Desolation Heaven Domain, Chu Hen had killed the entire 7-soul palace in a fit of rage. He used the power of the myriad beast diagram to summon beasts and slaughtered almost everyone in the 7-soul palace. After leaving, Chu Hen encountered the demon Tuoba Sha outside of Kongyu City. Moreover, he had personally witnessed Tuoba Sha being besieged by 3 mysterious people. Before Tuoba Sha was captured, he gave a mysterious iron box to Chu Hen. He repeatedly told Chu Hen to destroy the item in the iron box. However, things did not go according to his wishes. After the opening of the ancient Desolation Heaven Domain, Chu Hen was chased by the genius of the Thunder Saint Palace, Lei Jixin. After being trapped in the land of the buried dragon, he still opened the mysterious iron box that Tuoba Sha gave him and caused a series of massacres. It's you. Looking at the cold and arrogant face that gradually appeared in the darkness, Chu Hen's eyes faintly trembled. It was difficult for Chu Hen to forget the person's aura. This was the first time Chu Hen felt the threat of death that he could not resist. After taking Tuoba Sha away, the person in the lead immediately chased after Chu Hen. At that time, Chu Hen did not even have the slightest thought of resisting. Apart from escaping, he did not have any other thoughts. If it wasn't for the life-saving jade pendant that Guyu left behind, Chu Hen would have been destroyed to the point that not even scraps remained. It was because of that encounter that it left a deep impression on Chu Hen. He originally thought that this matter would not find him so soon, but he did not expect that it could not be avoided. You really made me look for you. An ice-cold aura surged down. The man was clad in golden armor and looked down at Chu Hen from above. His attitude was exactly the same as that time outside Kongyu City. However, unlike before, when Chu Hen was like an ant before him, Chu Hen didn't have the slightest hint of fear on his face. "Where is Senior Tuoba?" Chu Hen asked sternly, one word at a time. "Oh." The man raised his eyebrows and stroked his chin with one hand. "Let me think. That trash should still be alive. I just don't know if his limbs are still intact. Why don't you come back with me to take a look so that the two of you can reunite?" Chu Hen clenched his fists tightly, and a chill surged in his eyes. Even though he had only met Tuoba Shah a few times, Tuoba Shah had helped him before. The actions of these people had quietly enraged him. "In order to find you, I spent a lot of effort. That trash was also stubborn and refused to tell me your background. What a pity. You still can't escape from me, Song Li." The man smiled and teased. "Are you going to come with us obediently, or do you want us to do it ourselves?" Chu Hen chuckled. "What do you think?" Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, a piercingly cold, murderous aura erupted. Song Li's eyes were filled with coldness. He raised his hand slightly and said, "Cut off his limbs first. Yes." Then, more than 10 menacing guards swept up their powerful auras and charged toward Chu Hen. The aura released by each of them was no weaker than the 5th level of the Sky Profound Realm. There was no one in the Eastern Victory State who could casually send out such a powerful lineup. Humph! The corner of Chu Hen's mouth twitched, but he wasn't afraid at all. His figure moved, and he directly faced them head-on. Accompanied by a passionate sword cry, Chu Hen summoned the Blue Sky Sword. A majestic sword aura stacked up like a storm. Flying celestial sword! Whoosh! In an instant, several human-shaped sword shadows pierced through the wind and directly attacked the powerhouse, who was charging at the front. The sharp human-shaped sword aura instantly penetrated the opponent's body. The latter's expression changed drastically. He didn't even have time to scream before he was instantly torn into pieces. His limbs were separated from his torso. Song Li's eyes turned cold as he shouted coldly. Flying celestial sword, immediately the other powerhouses lined up and launched their attacks. The cold spears in their hands emitted a dazzling light. However, Chu Hen's speed became even faster. In the instant that he was surrounded, a wave of boundless berserk energy suddenly exploded out. Thousand thunder escape. Clang! The sound of thunder and lightning intertwining was ear-piercing. The light that flashed between heaven and earth was like the blooming of a bright moon. In an instant, peerless thunder and lightning pillars suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The thunder pillars were everywhere, slanting across the sky. For example, the sharp silver stake that pierced through the atmosphere. A series of screams were heard as the wanton flowing thunder pillars directly penetrated the powerhouses' chests and bodies. The thunder and lightning pillars that filled the sky were like divine spears and giant nails that appeared out of nowhere. It was impossible to guard against them. The powerhouses who were seriously injured struggled as they were sucked into the storm vortex. Be asterisk starred. Song Li's expression changed, and his killing intent rose. I underestimated your strength. Whoosh! With a raise of one hand, a long spear appeared in Song Li's hand. He bent down and rushed down. A dazzling light bloomed, and beautiful flowing light patterns surrounded the long spear. It immediately transformed into an extremely solid golden dragon. Die! Roar! The golden dragon that surrounded the spear flowed down, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, emitting a monstrous aura. The corner of Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. He raised one hand, and extremely violent thunder and lightning gathered between his palm and arm. Crack! In an instant, a solid pillar of lightning shot forward, like an aurora. Boom! As soon as the two collided, a rain of sparks splashed and light waves exploded. Circles of vast and thick light patterns swept in all directions, merging with the storm and setting off huge waves that were thousands of feet high. Swish! Following that, a beam of sword-like silver thunder light pierced through the sky, penetrating the layers of chaotic airwaves and chasing after Song Li. Song Li was shocked. In a hurry, he used his long spear to block in front of him. Bang! With a loud bang, the sky was filled with a rain of light. Song Li felt his arm go numb. As he retreated, the weapon in his hand almost flew out. Heh! Chu Hen sneered disdainfully and said, "You haven't even reached the ancient eternal realm. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me?" "You?" Song Li was shocked and angry. Indeed, he had not reached the ancient eternal realm, but he was only one step away. Even so, with a powerful background, how could the skills he mastered be weaker than ordinary ancient eternal realm powerhouses? Now that he was being ridiculed by Chu Hen, how could he not be angry? It's not a good thing to be happy too early. Song Li's eyes suddenly shot out two beams of cold light. He put his hands together and formed a seal. Rumble. In an instant, the entire space of heaven and earth fell into a state of intense distortion. The dim sky became bright in an instant. A huge golden light screen enveloped the void. Following that, countless golden beams of light burst out from the vast light screen. Each beam of light was as sharp as the sharp spear and sword shadows, emitting a terrifying penetrative power. Ming Luo's massacre! Ming Luo's massacre! Chu Hen's pupils shrank. This move again. It was this move that forced him to use the life-saving jade pendant left behind by Guyu to escape. Buzz! Buzz! Even the heavens and earth were trembling. Tens of thousands of light pillars poured down, enveloping Chu Hen below. The magnificent scene was like a few suns shining brightly at the same time. Rumble! The torrential rain of wind blades that filled the sky was shredded into nothingness. The rising waves were like the clouds in the sky that were pierced by the holy morning light. The piercing light reached hundreds of meters deep into the sea. The fishes and prawns at the bottom of the sea disappeared without a trace in an instant. Boom! The sea swayed and the water split open. The entire area was immediately turned into a land of death. A sinister smile appeared on Song Li's face. However, his smile suddenly froze and was replaced with deep disbelief and shock. Under the gradually dissipating light, Chu Hen, who should have been pierced into a sieve, actually stayed where he was, safe and sound. What? Not only Song Li, but the other powerhouses were also shocked. Everyone knew how powerful Song Li's move was. Even an ancient realm powerhouse could not come out unscathed. However, the aura that Chu Hen emitted was as stable as before. Compared to before, Chu Hen's body now had an additional piece of sacred armor that was surrounded by purple light. It was overflowing with color and had an imposing appearance. Whoosh! In the next moment, a pair of dazzling light wings spread out from behind the sacred armor. The dim world suddenly became extremely bright. Whoosh! In an instant, a series of afterimages were left in the air. Chu Hen suddenly disappeared from where he was and appeared in front of Song Li in an instant. Chapter 1042. What a pity. We've just met, but we have to say goodbye again. A series of afterimages streaked across the sky like spirits. The gorgeous wings of light instantly brightened the dusky sky. Song Li's expression suddenly changed. An extremely clear and dangerous aura directly assaulted him. In an instant, a pair of eyes flashing with a demonic purple light quietly entered his eyes. You! Song Li's heart suddenly trembled. At this moment, he suddenly came to his senses. The Chu Hen before him was no longer the little rat that he had chased in all directions. Have a safe journey. I won't send you off. Chi! Chi! The blue sky sword immediately flowed with resplendent and violent dark blue lightning. Chu Hen moved with the sword in his hand. The cold and sharp blade directly attacked Song Li's heart. Ha! Suddenly, at this moment, a soul-stirring roar resounded from the sky. This shout seemed to have a kind of magic that reached deep into the soul. Chu Hen's heart trembled slightly, and the blue sky sword's burst of sharpness immediately weakened a little. Rumble. Almost at the same time, the flowing cloud golden boat that was hovering in the void released a majestic and monstrous aura that was as majestic as a mountain. The sky suddenly lost its color along with the space that was trembling uneasily. Then an incomparably solid golden palm descended from the sky. It was like a giant hand of a god as it reached down. An ancient eternity stage powerhouse. Chu Hen's expression changed. Buzz! Buzz! The monstrous, giant hand covered the sky and the earth as it pressed down. In an instant, it was above Chu Hen and Song Li's heads. Then, the monstrous, giant hand directly passed through Song Li's body like a phantom and forcefully pressed down on Chu Hen's body. Bang! An incomparably heavy force surged and exploded. Chaotic ripples swept in all directions. It was as if Chu Hen was hit by a mountain as a terrifying force surged down, his internal organs churned, and his blood and qi surged. Chu Hen spat out a mouthful of blood and rapidly fell down like a meteorite. Hua! The billowing waves were like the waters of the Yellow Springs, swallowing Chu Hen in an instant. The chaotic storm was like the roar of a ghost. The wind was piercingly cold. Chu Hen was as small as a small boat. He immediately disappeared without a trace. Song Li was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, he almost lost his life under Chu Hen's sword. How long had it been? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Song Li wouldn't have believed that the powerless ant he had hunted back then would have grown to such an extent. He couldn't believe that the person who single-handedly destroyed the Thunder Saint Palace was the same person from back then. That thing is indeed unparalleled, Song Li secretly pondered, his eyes surging with a fiery luster. At this moment, a guard hurried over. Lord Song Li, that kid has disappeared. What? Song Li immediately came back to his senses, his cold eyes sweeping across the incomparably chaotic, monstrous waves that were surging and whistling like a black sea. Coupled with the fact that the convection storm was getting more and more violent, Chu Hen's aura had already been hidden in the vast sea. Damn bastard! Song Li's expression turned slightly cold. He first looked at the flowing cloud golden ship in the sky with fear, then said, "That guy was hit by Lord Qingxiong's palm and is already seriously injured. He definitely can't run far. Split up and chase after him immediately." Yes! Immediately, Song Li led a group of people and quickly rushed into the sea below to conduct a large-scale search. At the same time, two people's conversation could be faintly heard from within the flowing cloud golden ship. This kid has some skills. He actually took the opportunity to escape after being hit by Lord Qingxiong's heavenly dipper palm. A gloomy voice said, If it was so easy, the higher-ups wouldn't have sent us here." A faint, gentle laughter gave off a calm and arrogant feeling. From this tone, it wasn't hard to tell that Chu Hen's escape didn't even cause the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. Rumble. The storm didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Thunder rumbled incessantly, and the sea surged violently. It was just like after Whale Island City. Everything didn't stop. Instead, it became even more intense. Whoosh! Cool splashes came one after another, tracing the waves in front of them and hitting the beach. The high cries of the seabirds, reverberating in his ears, became clear. The instant Chu Hen opened his eyes, the piercing sunlight made him subconsciously cover his eyes with his hands. The movement of raising his hand immediately affected his internal injuries, and he felt an intense pain in his chest. Hiss! Chu Hen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His pale face was slightly distorted. The memories from before he fainted flowed into his mind. Chu Hen scanned his surroundings vigilantly, but only heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no one around. It seemed like they didn't chase after him. The convection storm finally stopped. Chu Hen heaved a sigh of relief. He had fallen into the sea after being struck by the powerful expert on the flowing cloud ship. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the convection storm, Chu Hen dove in the water for more than 10 hours. In the end, he had no choice but to stop due to exhaustion. Chu Hen's movements were sluggish as he stood up, surveying his surroundings. He was currently on a deserted island. Looking ahead, the size of the deserted island wasn't small. The continuous chain of islands extended all the way to the south, like a forest ridge in the ocean. Where am I? Chu Hen's eyes flickered with doubt. He raised his hand, and a scroll appeared in his palm. He unfurled the scroll, and a detailed map gradually appeared. This was the map that Guyu had left for Chu Hen. It marked the routes of the desolate Sword Ancient Plains, the Immortal Devil Tomb, and the Sinking Star Province. Chu Hen found the position of Whale Island City first and headed south. If he wanted to go to the Immortal Devil Tomb, he would have to pass by Giant Crocodile Bay or Zhongyuan Castle. Judging from the time, he still had a long way to go before he reached his destination. Whale Island City, Giant Crocodile Bay, Zhongyuan Castle, and other parts of the sea had many unknown islands and deserted continents. After pondering for a short while, Chu Hen realized that he was currently on a nameless island. The sky was blue, and the waves were boundless. Under the bright sun and gentle breeze, the peculiar plants on the island and the colorful scenery on the beach displayed the scenery of a foreign land. However, Chu Hen wasn't in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery. He dragged his exhausted body toward the forest on the island. The most important thing now was to adjust his condition. Those people wouldn't be so easy to shake off. There would probably be a fierce battle ahead. The crisis hadn't been resolved yet. Chapter 1043. Ka! In the deep and gloomy island jungle, a group of unknown birds flew away in fright. Chu Hen dragged his tired body into the forest and sat down in a bush. Borrowing the luxuriant flowers and plants, he hid himself within. Phew! Feeling the quietness of his surroundings, Chu Hen's vigilance was slightly lowered. He took out a healing elixir and swallowed it. A warm stream of air flowed through his body like spring water. Very quickly, Chu Hen felt his body become much more relaxed. I didn't expect to receive such an attack, even with the punishment injury armor on. Looks like it's going to be troublesome. The corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed as he muttered softly. Although he was caught off guard, the punishment injury armor's defense was strong enough to withstand a heavy attack from experts like Lei Aoqiong and Qi Ming. However, the casual palm from the person on the flowing cloud golden boat had broken through the defense of the punishment injury armor. His strength was terrifying. Who were they exactly? Chu Hen couldn't help but recall the time he met Tuoba Shah outside of Kongyu City and the opening of the ancient Barren Heaven Realm. Those people were known as the ancient Barren Heaven Realm managers, and the Heaven and Earth Black Yellow Order was issued by them. They had a title that made the world revere them. Light Sacred Clan. Could the person who took senior Tuoba Shah be from the Light Sacred Clan? Chu Hen fell into deep thought. There was an 80% chance that it was. Apart from that powerful clan, Chu Hen couldn't think of any other force that could send such a powerful lineup to chase after him. There was only one reason why they were chasing after him. That was the Sky Chi token. The Sky Chi token. Chu Hen's pupils shrank. At this point, it wasn't hard to connect what had happened before and after. It was because of the Sky Chi token that Tuoba Shah's family was killed, and he fell into the demonic Tao and embarked on the path of revenge. However, Tuoba Shah was stubborn and didn't touch the Sky Chi token. Finally, the Light Sacred Clan found Tuoba Shah again. At that time, he didn't even have the chance to resist. However, it was incomparably unexpected for Chu Hen to see it. In the nick of time, Tuoba Shah handed the box containing the Chi Tian token to Chu Hen and told him to destroy the items inside. Things turned out contrary to one's wishes. In the ancient desolate heaven region, Chu Hen was being chased by the experts of the Thunder Saint Palace and the Valley of Innocence. By a freak combination of factors, he had triggered the power of Chi Tian. Later on, he unleashed his ability to kill. Blood dyed millions of people, causing the mountains of the Victory East state to collapse and the tsunamis to erupt. It caused such a huge commotion in the Dongsheng state. Naturally, it was discovered by the hidden ghost. Thinking of this, Chu Hen could not help but feel a chill down his spine. From the looks of it, he was already under surveillance when he was at Mount Kunliu. As soon as he left the eastern continent, the light sacred tribe followed closely behind. What should we do next? Chu Hen's expression became more and more solemn. He knew nothing about the Radiance sacred tribe. All he knew was that they were a colossus that stood at the top of the eastern continent. It was like a huge star in the dark universe. It was impossible to even see its full appearance. Could it be that he had to hand over the Qi Tian token? Chu Hen shook his head. Putting aside the fact that the Qi Tian token had already fused with his body, it was another matter whether he could take it out. Even if he handed it over, would they let him go? The answer was absolutely not. After all, the Radiant Sacred Tribe did not want the matter of them chasing after the Qi Tian token to be leaked. Otherwise, they would have already made their move back at Mount Kunliu. It was precisely because they were worried that the matter of the Qi Tian token would be leaked that the Radiance Sacred Tribe waited until now to make their move. Similarly, once the Qi Tian token fell into their hands, then Tuoba Shah would be worthless, and the only thing waiting for him would be death. He could not hand over the Qi Tian token. A resolute light flashed in Chu Hen's eyes, and a sharp glint appeared between his brows. I don't care if you are the Radiance Sacred Tribe or not. It's not to the point where I have to surrender. Day and night alternated, and the sun and moon rotated. After resting for a day, Chu Hen headed toward the depths of the forest under the cover of the night. There were many islands here. The islands were connected, and they looked like giant turtle shells lying on the surface of the sea. The endless forest stretched toward the south. Chu Hen's goal was simple. He planned to cross these islands on foot first, and then find another way to leave. Rustle. In the darkness, snakes, insects, rats, and ants kept crawling on the ground, making rustling sounds on the dried branches and leaves. Suddenly, a series of hurried movements came from the other side of the forest, and there was a slight tremor. Chu Hen was slightly shocked, and he immediately stopped moving and held his breath. Swish, swish, swish. 5 or 6 sharp figures wearing flowing light sacred armor were hurriedly flashing through the forest. They searched around while discussing in a low voice. Could that thief be buried in the sea? We haven't found him for a day. Impossible. If he could die so easily, he wouldn't have sent Lord Qingxiong and Lord Yin Quan, 2 ancient eternal realm experts, to take action. That's right, especially Lord Qingxiong. He hasn't carried out a mission for more than 200 years. You can imagine how much the higher-ups value that thief Chu Hen. In the end, do you know why the higher-ups want to capture Chu Hen? This is not something we have the right to know. It's better for you to discuss it. However, those who offend the Light Saint clan have never had a good ending since ancient times. Humph. Hee, what a pity. He just made a name for himself, and now he's going to die. The arrogant and frivolous voice gradually faded away. Swish! A faint ripple appeared in the air, and Chu Hen appeared from the darkness. His deep eyes flashed with a firefly-like light. 2 ancient eternal realm experts. Hee, you really think highly of me, Chu Hen. Thinking about how the entire island was being searched, Lin Fan felt a chill down his spine. It would be difficult for him to move forward. Perhaps I should take the initiative. The corner of Chu Hen's mouth curled up into a crescent. Then his figure flashed, and he flew out like a phantom. Whoosh, whoosh. The night wind was bone-chilling. The armored guards did not seem to notice the danger that was rapidly approaching. They were like tigers and wolves pouncing on their prey. In an instant, an incomparably cold aura of death came from behind them. Who's there? The guards were shocked and turned around at the same time. What answered them was a beam of dazzling sword light that was as fast as lightning. It was so beautiful that it looked like a meteor that streaked across the sky illuminating the forest. Hiss, hiss, hiss! A series of blood rained down. The guards' eyes widened, and their mouths gaped open. They immediately covered their necks with their hands, but it was too late. Warm blood spurted out from between their fingers. Bang, bang, bang! The guards fell to the ground one after another. After struggling for a while, they finally opened their eyes and allowed their vitality to drain away. Chapter 1044. Ah, bastard, bastard, how dare you come to me? Bang! A violent force surged out, smashing through a large tree. Before one of the guards could finish his words, his chest immediately caved in. His sternum was broken, and his internal organs and blood spurted out of his mouth. He immediately died. You, looking at the fallen companions, the last holy armor guard, looked at the young figure walking toward him with a terrified expression. Chu Hen's eyes were filled with playfulness, but his expression was incomparably calm. His death-like footsteps were exceptionally cold, and every step he took brought about an unbearable, great pressure. The guard staggered back. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, trying to find his companions nearby. However, in the silent surroundings, only his continuous panting could be heard. Humph, you're really courting death. The guard's eyes suddenly became fierce. He suddenly raised his arm and clenched his fist. A strange and obscure power was quietly released. However, at the same time, a bright lightning shadow tore through the air and attacked. Hiss! The guard's expression changed dramatically. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Half of his arm was directly sent flying. Ah! Panic and helplessness instantly appeared on his miserable face. His last scream was stuck in his throat as the merciless lightning bolt pierced through his neck and the tree trunk behind him, his pupils, which were filled with fear, suddenly became dim. Hiss! With a thought, Chu Hen immediately withdrew the restless lightning into his palm. Bang! The guard's body collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, and the air was filled with the smell of death. It's almost dawn! Chu Hen raised his head. Through the gaps between the treetops, he could vaguely see the dawn light piercing through the clouds in the sky. Throughout the night, Chu Hen intercepted a total of 4 teams. He killed more than 10 people. Although each of these people was a well-trained master, Chu Hen's methods were so strong that no one had a chance to resist. All of them were killed in an instant, without the slightest hesitation. However, Chu Hen understood that these people weren't too great of a loss to them. The arrival of the day also meant that Chu Hen's next move would be even more inconvenient. I have to leave this place as soon as possible. Suddenly, from the corner of Chu Hen's eyes, his gaze abruptly stopped on the severed arm that had been chopped off. In his tightly clenched palm, there was a round pearl. Chu Hen raised his eyelids and condensed his palm, releasing a suction force. Xiao! The pearl immediately flew out of the severed arm's palm and fell into Chu Hen's hand. The pearl was about half the size of an egg, and there was a string of complicated runes engraved on its surface. Moreover, one could clearly sense a strange and obscure fluctuation within it. This is a communication rune. Through the talisman marking patterns on it, Chu Hen quickly determined that this was a device similar to a signal flare. As long as he crushed it, he could instantly notify the others to come and help. Looking at the round pearl in his hand, Chu Hen's eyes wandered, and he could not help but smile faintly. Whoosh! The cool waves crashed against the rocks on the shore, one after another. Islands of various sizes were connected, like a giant dragon lying on the surface of the sea. On the shore of the island, there was a giant flowing cloud ship that was more than 1,000 meters long and 200 meters tall, floating steadily in the water. It was different from the giant flowing cloud ship that carried people. This giant ship exuded an imposing aura similar to that of a warship. There were guards on the deck and the shore of the ship. Pairs of sharp and vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings like the sharp eyes of an eagle. A night has passed, and we still haven't found that person's whereabouts? Inside the ship, in a cabin that was elegantly decorated in a classical style. Two middle-aged men sat opposite each other, and there was a chessboard in front of them. On the chessboard, the black and white chess pieces were killing each other, and an invisible sharp aura could be seen. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with snake-like eyes and a sinister face. He casually put down a white chess piece and looked sideways at Song Li, reporting to Lord Inquan, "I'm already searching with all my might." "I believe there will be news soon." Song Li bowed slightly with his head lowered, and his tone was filled with reverence. "Humph, a bunch of useless people," Inquan said coldly. Song Li's expression changed slightly, but he lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Inquan said again, "That little thief, Chu Hen, was hit by Lord Qing Xiong's Tiangang palm. He definitely can't have gone far. Just ask your men to narrow down the search area." "I understand." Song Li nodded respectfully, and at the same time he looked at the person sitting opposite Inquan. It was a middle-aged man with a haggard body, and he was as skinny as a zombie. His strange appearance gave off a cold aura that made people afraid to approach him. The other party did not seem to be listening to their conversation. His sharp eyes were only staring at the chessboard in front of him, and the black chess piece in his hand was suspended in the air. Buzz, buzz! Suddenly, a strange energy fluctuation was emitted from Song Li's body. Song Li raised his eyebrows, and with a flip of his hand, he took out a palm-sized square jade stone. The jade stone was marked with the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west. In the southwest direction, there was a flash of white light. "I found it." Song Li's face was filled with joy, and he cupped his fists and said, "Lord Qing Xiong, Lord Inquan, there's news from the southwest direction. I'll immediately bring some men to capture that thief." With that, Song Li hurriedly turned around and left. "Wait." At this moment, Inquan shouted in a low voice, "I'll go too." Song Li was stunned at first, but he immediately replied, confidently, "That little thief was hit by Lord Qing Xiong's palm, and I'm afraid he's on his last breath. Why would Lord Inquan need to go personally?" However, Inquan replied indifferently, "I've been out for long enough. I don't want to waste any more time." With that, Inquan turned to the haggard man and said, "Elder Qing Xiong, let me come back and continue this game." Qing Xiong did not reply, and he continued to stare at the black and white chess pieces on the chessboard. Inquan did not say anything else, and he left the room with Song Li. Qing Xiong was the only one left in the room, and there was an indescribable silence. Clack! His arm, which had been stationary for a long time, moved, and the black chess piece in his hand landed steadily on the chessboard. "Looks like there's no need to continue." The black chess piece was completed, and the white chess pieces on the chessboard seemed to form the word death. Interesting, looking at the twisted word death. Qing Xiong's face revealed a meaningful smile. This seemed to be a sign. Chapter 1045. Swoosh, swoosh, a gale swept past the shadows as they moved at lightning speed. More than 10 figures with extraordinary auras flashed in the air like streams of light. "Lord Inquan, Lord Song Li, is over there!" Suddenly, one of the guards exclaimed in surprise. The corners of everyone's eyes narrowed. Then they turned around, leaving a series of afterimages in the air, and steadily landed. When he saw the scene in front of him, Song Li's expression changed, and he shouted in a deep voice, "This damned lowly be ****starred." The other wholly armored guards also frowned. It was a complete mess as a few trees exploded into pieces. 7 or 8 guards perished here, each and every one of them in a miserable state. "I didn't expect this guy to have the ability to continue killing people." Song Li was secretly shocked. He thought that Chu Hen was seriously injured and was struggling at death's door. He didn't expect him to have such amazing combat power. Almost all of them were killed with one blow. His methods were clean and efficient. Song Li subconsciously looked at Inquan. The latter's face was calm, but there was a hint of coldness in his snake-like eyes. "There's still someone alive here." The sudden shout attracted everyone's attention. Yin Quan and Song Li turned around to look. Two guards surrounded a figure covered in blood and in a sorry state. That person's chest was a bloody mess, and his face was covered in blood. His hair was messy, and he looked like he was dying. "It's Yang Qi from Squad 5. A guard stepped forward and flipped over Yang Qi's epaulette. After seeing the name on the epaulette, he spoke. At the same time, Song Li rushed over and pushed away the guards on both sides. He grabbed Yang Qi's collar and shouted in a deep voice, "Where's that thief?" In the face of Song Li's rude questioning, Yang Qi struggled for a while with a flustered look on his face. He mumbled a few words in a muffled voice. Just when everyone was confused, Yang Qi raised his trembling right hand and pointed to the depths of the forest. Chu Hen ran in that direction. "Go after him." Song Li did not say anything else. He shook off Yang Qi and rushed out with his men. Yin Quan glanced coldly at the corpses on the ground. His body also moved, causing a few fallen leaves to fly up as he disappeared on the spot. Everyone followed, closely behind. Two of the guards picked up the injured Yang Qi from the left and right sides and quickly followed behind. Hee, your fifth squad was actually annihilated. How pitiful! But you don't have to be sad. We'll catch that lowly thief soon. I believe he'll die a horrible death. The two guards laughed and made sarcastic remarks. On the other hand, Yang Qi silently lowered his head and looked at the crowd that had disappeared in front of him with a deep gaze. A tight contest seemed to be unfolding. The rapid rhythm of his movements created gusts of air currents. In the blink of an eye, they had already crossed 2 islands, passed through dense forests, and walked over cliffs. But they were still unable to trace Chu Hen. Many doubts arose in Song Li and the others' hearts. Was Chu Hen's escaping speed that fast? Or was he chasing in the wrong direction? Swoosh! His figure flickered, and the ancient eternal realm expert, Yin Quan, suddenly stopped and landed on the edge of a mountain. In front of him was a vast canyon. The steep rocks on both sides of the canyon were awe-inspiring, like eagles poking their heads out. Seeing that Yin Quan had stopped, Song Li and the others immediately stopped as well. "Lord Yin Quan, why did you stop?" Song Li bowed and asked. Yin Quan frowned slightly and replied coldly, "The airflow in front is stable, and the rhythm is not chaotic. It doesn't seem like anyone has been here for a while." "Oh!" Song Li was stunned at first. Then he turned around and said to the people behind him, "Bring him here." Soon after, the 2 guards brought Yang Qi, who had a weak aura, to Song Li again. "Did you see it clearly? Where did that thief, Chu Hen, run to?" Song Li asked sternly. Yang Qi clenched his fists, looking rather nervous. Yin Quan's eyes flashed with suspicion. As he walked towards Yang Qi, his invisible aura was like a mountain that made people unable to move. His torch-like eyes were surging with the dignity of an expert. "Tell me what happened when you saw Chu Hen." Yang Qi trembled like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. He's right there, right there?" Everyone's heart tightened. "He is right in front of you." In an instant, a crescent arc appeared on Yang Qi's blood-stained face. His eyes, which were no longer evading, shone like stars. An unparalleled, majestic aura instantly erupted. The cold light of a sword shone on his eyebrows. There was no warning at all. Yin Quan's pupils shrank. The expressions of everyone present suddenly changed. "TSK." In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a holy sword wrapped in dark blue lightning bolts pierced through the left side of Yin Quan's chest with a shocking momentum. Boom! The sky changed and the wind howled. Everyone was shocked. This sudden scene directly impacted everyone's visual nerves. He was not Yang Qi. At this moment, everyone suddenly came to their senses. Since the 5 squads were all annihilated, Chu Hen had no reason to leave anyone alive. Countless tentacles seemed to stretch out from the abyss of conspiracy, dragging everyone down. Boom! Before everyone could recover from their shock, the ground beneath them split open and exploded. Sharp lightning pillars that looked like huge wooden stakes shot out from the ground in all directions. TSK! Bang! The aura was majestic and full of destructive power. As the disorderly lightning pillars pierced through the ground, they also penetrated the bodies of the light, sacred clan guards. Blood splattered and screams reverberated. The wantonly moving lightning pillars and wooden stakes were like raging lightning pythons and flood dragons. More than 10 people were instantly killed on the spot. TSK, TSK! Dazzling electric arcs flickered all over Chu Hen's body. He looked coldly at Yin Quan's sinister and twisted face. The endless power of thunder and lightning flowed through the blue sky sword and attacked the other party's major meridians. At the same time, the majestic lightning pillars firmly fixed Yin Quan's limbs like iron nails. Yin Quan's body trembled. His eyes were wide open and filled with intense anger and disbelief. Unexpected? Chu Hen indifferently smiled. The bloodstains on his face quietly faded, revealing a handsome and extraordinary young face. He looked at Yin Quan playfully and shook his head. It seems that the so-called Light Sacred Clan is just a bunch of brainless things. Yin Quan was shocked and angry. What on earth was this? He was a dignified elder of the Light Sacred Clan, an ancient Eternal Realm expert. But he had been tricked by a little brat. Unforgivable! Get out of my way! Yin Quan shouted angrily. A monstrous aura that was as terrifying as a volcanic eruption surged out of his body. Bright red light patterns rapidly spread out from his body. Bang, bang, bang! A series of sparks flew. The lightning pillars and wooden stakes that were nailed to Yin Quan's body were all shattered. However, at the same time, Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. He flipped his wrist, grabbed the hilt of the blue sky sword, and swept it outwards. Crack! Chapter 1046. Hiss! A rain of blood danced in the blue sky. A brilliant sword gleam flashed across his eyes. Its sharpness was unparalleled, and its aura was awe-inspiring. As the sky darkened, a complete shoulder was detached from Yin Quan's body, flung high into the sky, and fell down the mountain wall. Yin Quan's pupils constricted, and his face turned pale. The aura that erupted from him was instantly suppressed to the extreme. There were no miserable cries. There were no angry howls either. The only thing he felt was extreme unease and fear. At this moment, Yin Quan felt as if he was standing in front of the Grim Reaper. He never would have imagined that a dignified ancient Eternal Realm expert like him would actually feel such fear towards a junior in the profound Sky Realm. Defeated, he had indeed fallen into a trap. There was no room for a comeback. Just because he was careless, the sword in Chu Hen's hand no longer gave him the slightest chance. It won't end so easily. Yin Quan's ferocious eyes glowed red as he stared at Chu Hen's incomparably calm face. It won't end. It definitely won't. Chu Hen raised his eyebrows slightly, and his tone was indifferent. But you are already finished. Finished as soon as these two words fell, with Yin Quan as the center. A huge bolt of lightning shot out diagonally, like the shackles of a trapped beast, trapping Yin Quan within. A dazzling light shone brightly, and the lightning blended together, emitting an endless amount of destructive energy. Yin Quan's eyes, which were filled with despair, were then engulfed by the violent power of lightning. Now boom! Lightning splashed, dazzling and dazzling. As an incomparably violent energy surged and exploded, the mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, and the island trembled. Rubble flew everywhere, covering the sky and covering the earth. More than half of the mountain wall was blasted away. Layer after layer of the stone wall was blown away. The corpses of the guards littered the ground, along with the ancient eternal expert Yin Quan, disappeared without a trace. The chaotic cyclone that floated between heaven and earth spread wantonly. On the messy ground, there was still a figure on the verge of death, curled up in a pile of rocks, trembling uneasily. Chu Hen's gaze turned, and he looked at the figure with interest. You chased me so hard back then, shouldn't it be your turn this time? This person was none other than Song Li. The entire team was wiped out. Chu Hen only spared Song Li's life. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Cut the crap. Song Li said viciously. I only hate that you escaped from under my nose. Otherwise, how could you be where you are today? Well said. Chu Hen replied faintly as he slowly walked towards the other party. With every step he took, Song Li could feel a huge pressure approaching him. Unconcealable fear was gradually revealed. However, Chu Hen stopped when he was less than 2 meters away from his opponent. His sharp gaze was as cold as a sharp sword. Where are the people who were with me? Song Li's expression changed slightly. He seemed to want to be tough, but when he met Chu Hen's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to be arrogant. No, I don't know. I'm not satisfied with this answer at all, Chu Hen said faintly. Song Li's heart skipped a beat, and he replied again, I really don't know. According to the guards who returned, they lost track of the target after passing through a huge storm. Lost track of the target? Chu Hen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. In that case, Yi Yao, Mu Feng, and the rest didn't fall into the hands of these people. However, he didn't know if they encountered any accidents. However, on second thought, Shi Fengzi's strength was extraordinary, and he even had the protection of the immortal talisman spiritual tree. With his power, it shouldn't be too big of a problem for him to escape. Chu Hen turned his gaze and stared at the other party again. Where is Senior Tuoba now? He's being held in the Atrium prison. Atrium prison? Chu Hen frowned. That's right. That's our clan's death row prison. If you dare to go there, only death awaits you. Chu Hen sneered. He slowly squatted down with a disdainful look on his face. I'll spare your life today, but you have to bring back a few words for me. No matter how powerful the Light Saint clan is, if you dare to harm Senior Tuoba's life, don't even think about getting that thing. Song Li's eyes flashed with doubt when he heard the words that thing. What do you want? Song Li asked in a deep voice. You don't have the right to know what I want, just like how you don't have the right to know what that thing is. Go back and tell your people that if Senior Tuoba injures a finger, don't even think about getting that thing. After he finished speaking, Chu Hen stood up and left, leaving behind a stunned Song Li. Song Li heaved a sigh of relief as he watched Chu Hen disappear into the canyon. However, his heart was filled with anxiety at the same time. He had never dreamed that this would happen. Yin Quan was killed just like that. He felt so vexed and aggrieved. When he returned, Song Li's face turned pale at the thought of facing Qing Xiong's cold, zombie-like face. After leaving in a hurry, Chu Hen entered an unfamiliar canyon. The vast gorge was surrounded by several islands. The rock walls on both sides were very steep. From time to time, giant lizards, rock pythons, and other monsters would crawl between the rock walls. If the others had left safely, they could meet up at the Immortal Devil Tomb according to their previous agreement. When they were on the flowing cloud golden boat, Chu Hen had already made a copy of the map that Guyu had left for him. Everyone had a map on them, and they all knew the route. That was for sure. Chu Hen also didn't plan to turn back and launch a counterattack. After all, he had killed Yin Quan by catching him off guard and ambushing him. If he had fought them head-on, his chances of killing them would not have been more than 50%. Naturally, Chu Hen did not think there was anything wrong with such a despicable method. After all, surviving was the most important thing. Moreover, these people who called themselves the Light Saint clans did not seem to be very bright. As for the ancient Eternity realm expert, judging from the palm attack and the sea storm that day, that person's cultivation level was even higher than Yin Quan's. He had most likely reached the 3rd level of the ancient realm. With Chu Hen's current cultivation level, he did not dare to face him head-on, since he had already taken advantage of the situation. Taking the opportunity to retreat was the best choice. Furthermore, after confirming that Tuoba Shah was still alive, Chu Hen was able to put down the huge stone in his heart. After all, there was a chance as long as he was alive. If Tuoba Shah had already been killed, Chu Hen would feel very guilty. Senior Tuoba, as long as I, Chu Hen, am not dead, I will find a way to save you one day. Chu Hen looked at the sky. His deep eyes were like rays of light that pierced through the clouds, passing through layers of obstacles and reaching the blue sky. Chapter 1047. Giant Crocodile City. The city was bustling with noise and heavy traffic. The streets were lined with luxurious high-rise buildings, and there were many crocodile-shaped sculptures in the city. This was the main city of Giant Crocodile Bay. It operated in a similar way to Whale Island City, with the city lord as the leader and several powerful families assisting him. After successfully evading the pursuit of the Light Saint clan, Chu Hen walked alone in the air above the sea for a few days. Although he encountered 2 convective storms, he still managed to reach the Giant Crocodile Bay after a few twists and turns. Looks like everyone didn't stop here. In the central plaza of the city, there was a huge fountain with a crocodile sculpture erected in the center. The crocodile sculpture was more than 300 meters long and 100 meters tall. It was vivid and lifelike, as if it was the guardian beast of this city. Chu Hen stood beside the fountain and looked up at the crocodile sculpture. His eyes flickered with a profound light. Although he had agreed to meet up with the others at the Immortal and Devil Tomb, they would pass by Giant Crocodile Bay on the way. There was no guarantee that they wouldn't stop here. Therefore, Chu Hen had been waiting here for 2 days, but he didn't meet anyone else. It's about time to leave. Buzz. A strand of faint chi ripple stirred up some dust on the ground. Chu Hen immediately disappeared from where he stood, without a sound. However, it was as if the other citizens around the plaza did not notice him at all, and did not attract the slightest bit of attention. After leaving Giant Crocodile City, Chu Hen stepped into a strange plain. It was called strange because this area had green mountains and clear waters during the day, and the air was fresh. But at night, dust was everywhere and the wind was bone-chilling. What was even weirder was that before the sun set, there was still a lush green grassland. Once night fell, the grassland turned into a desert. The closer he got to the Immortal and Devil Tomb, the more obvious this phenomenon became. Howl! The melodious howl of a lone wolf came from the distant mountains, highlighting the tranquility of the bustling night. It was another night. The curtain of night gradually fell, like a black curtain slowly being pulled down. The sunset glow that had yet to completely fade emitted a faint halo in the sky. The mountains in the distance were very distinct, forming a dreamy arc. Chu Hen stood on top of a mountain wall, looking at the endless, dark mountain dome. Unknowingly, more than 10 days had passed since they left Giant Crocodile City. Traveling alone, he couldn't help but feel a little lonely, as if he was in a foreign land, especially when he saw the long road behind him. It felt like his mood had been extended infinitely. Chu Hen's speed was very fast, basically nonstop. Although it was only a dozen or so days of travel, for an ordinary person, it would take several months or even a year. The later it got, the colder the wind became. This was a kind of coldness that seeped through the clothes and pierced into the bones. Yellow sand and dust filled the air, floating between heaven and earth. The moon in the sky seemed to be shrouded in a faint layer of red mist. Just as Chu Hen was walking on foot, the light from several bonfires shone from under the trees on the road ahead. Chu Hen couldn't help but be startled. He saw a few carriages parked on the side of the wide road in front of him, and the carriages were piled full of goods. A few figures surrounded the bonfire and chatted happily. "Grandpa, there's someone over there." A 12 or 13-year-old boy was the first to notice Chu Hen not far away. Everyone immediately stopped talking, and one by one, they looked in his direction with vigilance. But when they saw a handsome and gentle face reflected by the bright bonfire, the tense atmosphere immediately relaxed. "So, it's a little brother. Everyone don't panic." The one who spoke was an old man in a long robe, and it was obvious that he was the leader here. He walked in front of Chu Hen and said, "Little brother, please forgive me for offending you just now." Chu Hen smiled slightly. "It's all right. I'm just passing by. You don't have to pay attention to me." "Little brother, where are you going so late at night? This is not a good place to go." Chu Hen hesitated for a moment, and then immediately asked, "Old man, do you know where the Tomb of Immortals and Demons is?" Tomb of Immortals and Demons? The old man's expression changed, and the others also looked at each other, all showing some surprise. The Tomb of Immortals and Demons. Then all the more you shouldn't go. Little brother, you're still young. Don't listen to the rumor that there are treasures in the Tomb of Immortals and Demons. Since ancient times, those who went to the Tomb of Immortals and Demons never came back, and only a slim chance of survival. It was obvious that the old man was very afraid of this place. He also directly advised Chu Hen. "Treasure?" Chu Hen was slightly stunned, and then smiled and said, "I have a very important matter to attend to in the Tomb of Immortals and Demons. If old man knows the specific location, you might as well tell me this." Seeing that Chu Hen did not show any signs of wavering, the old man immediately pointed in a direction and said, "Go straight ahead, and you'll enter the Tomb of Immortals and Demons in about 3 or 4 days. If you're fast and there are no obstacles on the way, you can arrive in about 2 days." 3 or 4 days, Chu Hen murmured in a low voice. Chu Hen naturally knew the location of the Tomb of Immortals and Demons, but he just wanted to confirm how far he was from the destination. "But young man, I have to advise you, the Tomb of Immortals and Demons is not a good place. If it weren't for the fact that we have to feed our families, we wouldn't even want to pass through here," the old man said with a little fear. Chu Hen nodded and said, "Thank you for your advice. Grandpa, the meat is ready." At this time, the 12 or 13-year-old boy shouted, "Got it." The old man responded and then said to Chu Hen, "Young man, it is fate that brought us together. Moreover, it is inconvenient to travel at night, and the closer we get to the Tomb of Immortals and Demons, the more evil it will be. Why don't you rest here for a while before you go?" "No need." Chu Hen directly refused. The old man seemed a little embarrassed. "Little brother, why don't you eat a piece of roasted meat?" The boy raised a roasted leg of lamb and walked in front of Chu Hen. His bright big eyes were filled with an innocence that people could not bear to reject. "Yes, yes, yes." The old man also laughed and said, "Little snake, this child's roasted meat is something we can't stop praising. Try it. Then give it a try." Chu Hen took the roasted meat, tore off a piece and put it in his mouth, and said, The taste is really good." Seeing Chu Hen eat the roasted meat, everyone smiled with satisfaction. "Oh yes, little snake? Why did you give him such a strange name?" Chu Hen asked casually. "Hee, because this child grew up alone and he doesn't have many friends. He likes to play with snakes, so we call him Little Snake." "Oh? He likes to play with snakes?" "Yes, I have a snake as well. Little brother, do you want to see it?" Little Snake seemed to be very happy. As he spoke, he opened the bag tied to his waist, and then directly put his hand into it, and then said with an innocent smile, "Little brother, look! Little Hua is very beautiful." In the next moment, a colorful shadow darted out like a bolt of lightning. Almost at the same time, Chu Hen's pupils shrank, and then he opened his mouth slightly, and the piece of meat in his mouth shot out like a hidden weapon. Hiss! The two shadows collided, and the colorful little snake was directly cut into several pieces. "You?" The old man's expression changed. However, Chu Hen sneered, and as he threw away the lamb leg in his hand shot out like lightning and directly grabbed the little snake's head. With a twist of his wrist, he twisted the head from front to back. However, to everyone's surprise, the boy, whose head had been twisted 360 degrees, did not die on the spot. Instead, a strange smile appeared on his face. "Hee, little brother, why did you spit out the meat?" Is it because my roasted meat is not delicious? Hee hee! Together with the increasingly sharp and strange smile, the boy's lips pulled up to his ears, and his innocent face immediately became incomparably ferocious. He opened his mouth, and a forked red tongue spat out. At the same time, gusts of incomparably swift and fierce palm winds assaulted him from behind. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hands to push away the two people in front of him. Then he leaped and dodged. Ha ha! Hee hee! Hee hee! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Black shadows flashed, and shrill screams sounded like ghosts. The sky was filled with dust, and one after another, evil figures were moving around Chu Hen. Hua! Following that, a vast and mighty air wave spread out. Chu Hen was immediately surrounded by 7 cold figures that did not look like humans, nor did they look like ghosts. Hee hee! I did not expect you to be so cunning, you brat. You actually did not fall for it. The one who spoke was a man in black with disheveled hair. He held a scepter in his hand, and at the top of the scepter was the head of a lizard. It looked like the lizard's head was actually alive, and a pair of cold vertical pupils stared at Chu Hen. Hee hee, little brat, you killed my Xiaohua. I will skin you alive and throw you into a snake's nest. The hoarse and ear-piercing voice was extremely unpleasant to the ears. Just a moment ago, he was still an innocent child, but in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a monster with dark green skin and sharp teeth in his mouth. The other people's appearances were also extremely ugly. One was as tall as an ox, and his arms were sharp claws. The other was short, not even a meter tall, but his facial features were unusually large, and his mouth was full of rotten teeth. This appearance, even the legendary ghost children from hell were somewhat more normal. What kind of monsters are you? Chu Hen frowned slightly. We will let you die knowing. We are the Black Prison's 7 devils, the man in black said coldly. Black Prison's 7 devils? What were these things? What business do you have? Chu Hen asked indifferently. Humph, brat, don't you dare look down on us. I know you have some ability, but it is not like us 7 brothers have never killed an ancient realm expert. So? Very simple. We only want the heart of the Black Killer Divine Lightning and the immortal talisman spirit tree. Heart of the Black Killer Divine Lightning? Chu Hen's eyes trembled slightly. You know me. The 7 looked at each other and smiled, as if they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Chapter 1048. The dark prison's 7 devils came with ill intentions. A piercingly cold aura floated between heaven and earth along with frost-like dust. The silhouette of the deep mountains in the distance was particularly gloomy. The surrounding vegetation gradually sank into the ground, and a stretch of barren yellow sand slowly appeared. From the moment you entered Giant Crocodile City, you've already fallen into our hands. Let me tell you, we're not the only ones who have their eyes on you. If you want to live, obediently hand over what we want. Otherwise, the black-clothed man with disheveled hair said coldly, your corpse will be devoured by wild wolves until nothing is left. His cold voice was filled with a sharp threat. The lizard head on the scepter in his hand opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs. Looking at the 7 ugly monsters that were neither human nor ghost, Chu Hen's face showed a hint of mockery. A hint of ridicule appeared on Chu Hen's face. Then he raised his hand. Chi-chi. Along with the bright and dazzling light, a beautiful lightning power immediately blossomed from his palm. The eyes of the 7 devils lit up, each of them flashing with a fiery light. It's indeed worthy of being a top-grade spiritual divine item. The energy fluctuation is so amazing. The man with dark green skin, who looked like a snake demon, exclaimed. The others were moved. The man with a body as big as an ox and arms as sharp claws shouted in a deep voice, hand it over obediently and I'll spare your life. Chu Hen sneered, then come and get it. Hey! The strong man also laughed sinisterly. Then, without saying a word, He really rushed to the front of Chu Hen in 2 steps, stretched out his arms, and grabbed towards Chu Hen. "As you wish." Buzz! Along with the sound of his voice, the strong man's claws suddenly became as huge as millstones. The sharp claws were like 10 converging scimitars, tearing the air apart and closing in on Chu Hen. Fierce lightning arcs flashed in Chu Hen's eyes, and then a violent electric light exploded in an instant. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a rain of lightning exploded in the dark night sky. Countless streaks of lightning pierced through all directions like sword shadows. A heavy explosion shook the sky full of rubble. A chaotic light wave of energy swept out. Chu Hen and the tall and sturdy man retreated. "Humph! Little bastard, I'm going to crush your head," the muscular man shouted. The corners of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly, but he was also secretly surprised. This monster's defensive strength was extremely shocking, especially its bestial arms. Even the profound Kshetra divine thunder could not penetrate it. One could see how strong its brute body was. "Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit," the black-clothed man with the lizard staff said coldly. Bang! The scepter in his hand fell heavily to the ground. In the next moment, a deep fissure appeared on the ground. The fissure was like a slithering dragon, and it quickly spread to Chu Hen's feet, forming a fault. The spreading fault was like the gaping mouth of a fierce beast, emitting a chilling aura. "Earth's flame!" the black-clothed man shouted. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, an extremely hot and majestic airwave rose to the sky. Chu Hen's expression changed slightly. He immediately disappeared from his spot, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. Almost at the same time, red magma surged up to the sky like a tsunami from an erupting volcano. The fiery pillar that emitted an endless scorching aura roasted the ground red. "Hee, be careful behind you!" Before Chu Hen could regain his composure, a shrill, strange laughter resonated from behind him. Then he saw a cloud of thick black mist surging toward him like a demon. A black shadow with a cold aura suddenly rushed out of the black mist like a ferocious ghost from hell. The black shadow's body was wrapped in strong black chains. The chains gleamed coldly. Walala! In the next moment, more than a dozen strong and cold chains swung toward Chu Hen like the tentacles of an octopus. Humph! A sneer appeared on the corners of Chu Hen's mouth. He clenched his fist, and with a light hum, a gorgeous green sword shadow shot out explosively. The incomparably majestic aura was comparable to the rainbow after the rain. In an instant, the blue sky sword shone brilliantly, and it immediately transformed into a huge sword that slashed down. Bang, 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 the violent forces collided, and a myriad of sparks exploded in the air. The more than a dozen chains that stretched toward Chu Hen seemed to be struck by lightning, and they were successively split open by the unstoppable sword light. Hee, your reaction is quite fast. Unfortunately, you're alone. Another complacent laughter sounded. A strange guard wearing simple armor, holding a round shield, and a white-boned spear flashed to the front of Chu Hen. This person was tall and thin, and he had deep eye sockets. He gave off the feeling of an undead warrior. "Surrender!" The guard grinned and revealed a ferocious smile. The white-boned spear in his hand shot straight down, and it burst out with an unstoppable momentum. Along with the sound of the air being torn apart, a hideous and terrifying evil ghost skeleton suddenly appeared in front of the spear tip. Ah, the cold wind howled. The skeleton opened its mouth and quickly bit toward Chu Hen. Chu Hen was not afraid in the slightest. He opened his left palm, and a surge of the majestic power of the 7 stars came out. The silver holy light in his palm flowed rapidly like spring water, and in an instant it condensed into a flowing energy ball. Marak kill. Boom! With a palm strike, the extremely violent power bombarded the evil ghost skeleton head-on. As soon as the two collided, The earth-shattering power spread in all directions like meteorites colliding. Ah! A sharp ghost howl reverberated in all directions. The violent power of the 7 stars was like an unstoppable torrent, directly crushing the evil ghost skeleton into pieces. And the tall and thin man dressed as an undead warrior was also shaken by the impact and repeatedly retreated. But just as the other party said, Chu Hen was only one person, while the other party had 7 people. At the same time that Chu Hen repelled the tall and thin man, the strong man with a pair of beast arms suddenly roared and leaped up like a violent giant ape, directly flashing above Chu Hen's head. "Little bastard, get down." The strong man's roar shook the sky, and his arms rapidly expanded. The amazing arms were like 2 stone pillars supporting a palace, and his palms were like 2 huge millstones. The strong man closed his palms and fiercely smashed toward Chu Hen with a tomahawk style. The terrifying momentum was like a mountain, comparable to the fall of a meteorite. Chu Hen did not have any time to dodge. In a hurry, he hurriedly crossed his arms to block. Bang! A heavy, loud sound rang in the sky, and a circle of majestic waves surged in all directions. Chu Hen was like a cannonball that was hit and flew diagonally across the sky, smashing heavily on the ground. Bang! The earth split open, and rocks fell everywhere. The huge impact instantly caused a deep depression in the ground. Layers of gravel flew around like a swarm of locusts, wantonly splashing everywhere. Old 5. At this time the man in black with disheveled hair and a lizard staff in his hand shouted in a deep voice. I've been waiting for a long time. A figure hidden in the darkness, with eyes shining with a dark green light, let out a cold laugh. At the same time, a majestic Reiki energy spread out, and circles of golden light quickly spread out on the ground, only to see that the ground quickly unfolded one after another mysterious and unpredictable runes. 6 gates seal. Boom! In an instant, the earth trembled, and the stone cracks cracked open. An ancient door suddenly rose in front of Chu Hen. The ancient door was painted with dark red paint, and strange runes danced like dragons and phoenixes, like an ancient and mysterious power, not waiting for Chu Hen to make a response. Bang, 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 with a series of loud sounds, with Chu Hen as the center. Another 5 doors quickly rose from other directions. A strange aura spread out wantonly. 6 ancient doors that were more than 100 meters tall directly surrounded Chu Hen, and a strong suppressive aura attacked from all directions. Chu Hen was like a trapped beast, and he suddenly felt that his body and mind were under great pressure, and even his blood seemed to become restless. Then the 6 doors opened at the same time. It was like a seal that had been opened, and 6 dark and cold figures occupied each of the doors, and their cold eyes stared at Chu Hen in the middle, full of ridicule. Ha. Laughter filled with thick complacency drilled into Chu Hen's ears from all directions. Chu Hen only felt inexplicably irritated, and a strong negative emotion was like a rapidly growing bud, constantly taking root in his heart. Looking at the 6 ugly faces blocking the door, Chu Hen's eyebrows surged with a trace of coldness. "All of you, scram. Low, like a beast's roar, the aura on Chu Hen's body became exceptionally cold. However, the dark prison's 7 devils only laughed wantonly. The sound they made was like a demonic sound that continuously invaded Chu Hen's mind. This kind of sound seemed to be able to disturb one's rationality and gradually make one fall into a state of madness and trance. And once one's mind was in chaos, it also meant that one would lose without a fight. Ha. Surrender. No one can rush out of our evil sound formation." The man in black with disheveled hair and a lizard staff in his hand looked at the absent-minded Chu Hen in front of him with a playful expression. This evil sound formation was a sound wave attack created by the dark prison's 7 devils. Using the attack caused by the sound wave to invade one's mind, disturb one's rationality, and continuously provoke the other party's negative emotions. Once the negative emotions reached a certain level, it would cause one to be extremely irritated. The irritated person would lose his mind. This also meant death. All kinds of overlapping strange laughter were like sharp weapons rubbing against one's ear. Chu Hen only felt that his brain was about to split open. The blood in his body gradually boiled, his eyes were bloodshot, and the uncontrollable killing intent began to break through the shackles in his body. "You are courting death!" Every word was like ice chilling to the bone. The surrounding people were slightly shocked. They suddenly realized that the aura on Chu Hen's body had already reached an extremely cold level. This was killing intent. The killing intent was real and unmistakable. "Big brother, there's something wrong with this guy." The green-skinned snake monster said to the man in black with the lizard staff in a deep voice. Under normal circumstances, the other party's mind would have already collapsed. However, Chu Hen was so cold that it made people feel uneasy. Feeling the increasingly cold aura of Chu Hen, the man in black frowned again and again. Then his eyelids twitched, and he shouted loudly, "Stop quickly!" We've awakened his heart of slaughter. Heart of slaughter! At the same time, a monstrous evil aura suddenly erupted from Chu Hen's body. Buzz, buzz, the incomparably strong space rhythm caused the souls of the surrounding people to tremble. Like a torrent that had broken through a dam after being suppressed for a long time. Under the violent wind, a scarlet blood aura surged out from Chu Hen's body. Thousands of blood streaks of light were like a domineering astral wind that soared to the sky. The corner of Chu Hen's mouth raised slightly, and the arc that appeared was like the scythe in the hands of the Grim Reaper. He looked at the shocked people, full of mockery. "Is it not good to be alive?" Boom! The earth exploded, and the red waves soared to the sky. Chapter 1049. Boom! The earth exploded, and a monstrous crimson wave soared into the sky. A terrifying energy that was vast like the sea instantly erupted like a volcano that had been silent for 10,000 years. Boundless, ferocious, and evil aura spread out in all directions, and the unsuppressible energy of slaughter was comparable to a flood and ferocious beast, causing the earth to crack and the sky to shake. In an instant, the 6 doors that emitted a simple and unadorned aura were directly blasted into pieces. The sky was filled with splashes of light and shadows, mixed with an incomparably powerful wave of chi swept out. The already sunken ground once again collapsed layer by layer, breaking inch by inch. The wanton cracks were like a huge spider web that extended infinitely. What? Wu, who was hiding in the dark, turned pale with fright. The 6-gate seal that he was so proud of was actually broken in an instant. But what shocked him even more was that, apart from the demonic aura of death, he could no longer feel the vitality of the other 6 people. "Big brother, second brother, OL607, you guys," before he finished speaking, a muffled bang. Sound was heard, and a surging, piercingly cold airflow rushed towards him. The fierce wind was like a sharp blade, and OL was suppressed to the point that he could not move, and his body was instantly covered in blood and flesh, hiss, 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 like the sharp sound of cutting meat and vegetables. A few broken bodies were thrown on the ground in a disorderly manner. Under the strange blood mist, Chu Hen's slender figure was like the grim reaper from hell, and the curved corners of his mouth were like a sickle, evil and sharp. Hee hee! An ethereal and dreamy voice reverberated between heaven and earth, like the mocking laughter of an evil god. Looking at the miserable corpses on the ground, Wu's face changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with deep fear. Dark prison, 7 devils. 6 of them died in an instant, and they didn't even see how they died. Don't come over! At this moment, in Wu's eyes, Chu Hen was the most terrifying species in the world. However, Chu Hen approached step by step, neither fast nor slow, and was so calm that it was terrifying. But when the distance between the two was less than 2 meters, Chu Hen's abyss-like black pupils were like a whirlpool that dragged the other party into eternal hell. The dim light reflected their slanted shadows. Behind Chu Hen, a swift and fierce sickle shadow slowly rose up. Hiss! The sharp weapon slashed through the air and blood rained down. The body of the last member of the dark prison, 7 Fiends, was directly cut into two. The hurried and short scream highlighted the desolate silence of the night. The entire place was in a mess, and it was too horrible to look at. Buzz, buzz! After killing 7 people in a row, Chu Hen's mind trembled slightly. Then an endless stream of blood-red light spread out from his body. Chu Hen furrowed his brows and released another demonic purple light. Get lost! The demonic purple light was like a bone-scorching flame. It quickly climbed up the blood-red light and enveloped it, forcing it to retreat. However, the blood-red light did not seem to be willing to give up just like that. Increasingly violent energy waves spread out and occupied Chu Hen's body. Damn it! Chu Hen was secretly shocked. He did not know why such a situation had occurred, but he was sure that he should not stay here for long. The closer he was to the tomb of the immortal and devil, the more unpredictable situations he would encounter. Apart from the 7 fiends of dark prison, it was hard to guarantee that he would not be targeted by others. Go! Immediately, Chu Hen did not stay where he was. He directly turned into a shadow and disappeared into the boundless night. Woo! Towering mountains and precipitous ridges. The forest was as deep as the sea. As he approached the tomb of the immortal and devil, he could almost smell the dangerous atmosphere in the air. However, for the current Chu Hen, his own condition seemed to be more worrying. Swoosh, 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 shuttling through the forest. Chu Hen's movement speed gradually slowed down. All kinds of negative states were like 1,000-year-old vines that entangled him and made it difficult for him to breathe. A manic heart, a struggling soul, and boiling blood. Chu Hen's body was like a ferocious, bloodthirsty beast. And this beast seemed to have found a gap and was forcibly breaking through the shackles. Ah! A low roar came from Chu Hen's throat. Unknowingly, the blood vessels in his arms had already bulged, and his eyes were glowing with scarlet light. This feeling reminded him of the time when he was in the Xian Kshetra sky region and the Thunder Saint Palace. Thirst for killing. The internal struggle made Chu Hen's head start to become dizzy, and his overall state continued to weaken. Finally, after persisting for a few hours, Chu Hen's legs could not help but give way, and his vision went black. Bang! He fell to the ground with a sound. Bloody wind and rain, the sky was dark. This was a blood-red world of slaughter. White bones piled up like mountains, and scarlet blood gathered into rivers. A round blood moon loomed behind the dark clouds. This was a Shura space that made people shudder. White bones covered Chu Hen's feet, and the black eye sockets of the skeletons emitted a shuddering aura. In front of the bones was an open-air hall. The hall was luxurious, like a dream. The floor was paved with black crystals, and the brick and stone walls exuded an ancient aura. Stone pillars that supported the sky extended to both sides, and mysterious patterns of demons dancing were carved on them. At the upper end of the hall, a huge figure sat on a spacious stone throne. He leaned against the side of the stone throne, one hand supporting his chin, as if he was sleeping. The other hand rested on the throne, and a huge 4-leaf sickle rested between his fingers. The sickle was soaked in blood, and it emitted an endless aura of death. The figure looked like a human, but his face was especially sinister and terrifying. His long white hair draped over his shoulders. Anyone who saw him would feel like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. All things in the world, including billions of living beings, were just lowly ants in front of him. We meet again. An ethereal and heavy voice directly invaded Chu Hen's soul. In the next instant, the god of evil sitting on the stone throne slowly raised his eyelids. In an instant, a pair of eyes that were as black as ink without a trace of white were like endless black whirlpools, as if even a person's soul would be swallowed by them. Chu Hen's mind trembled. He was like a commoner standing in front of an emperor, showing his weakness. The god of evil looked at Chu Hen in front of him. His voice was calm, but it had a kind of magic that could not be rejected. Do you desire power? Power. Everyone in the world yearned for it. Then give me your soul. The god of evil slowly raised his palm, as if issuing a solemn invitation. I will let you stand at the peak of this world, and the whole world will bow down to you, not to be rejected, not to be resisted. Chu Hen's mind seemed to have fallen into a boundless ocean. There was no shore around him, and in front of him was only the god of evil. Buzz, buzz! A faint spatial rhythm appeared between the heavens and the earth. There seemed to be a hazy, chaotic world of darkness behind Chu Hen, which was completely different from the blood azure world in front of him. In that boundless darkness, a pair of huge, dark eyes gradually appeared, mysterious and unfathomable, both real and fake. The huge dark eyes quietly stared at Chu Hen, who was standing in front of the god of evil. It was not noticed, and it was not known by anyone, and Chu Hen, who was staring at the god of evil, gradually sank into it. Chapter 1050. Buzz, mysterious and unfathomable like a dream. The chaotic world was like the vast and endless universe. The strange spatial rhythm was like little ripples appearing in the air. It endlessly invaded Chu Hen's mind and poured into the depths of his soul. You will become the pinnacle master of this world. The entire world will bow down to you. It was an irresistible invitation. The god of evil slowly raised his right hand and opened it toward Chu Hen, like a flat and vast path leading to the heavens. His pitch-black eyes were like a black abyss, like a black whirlpool, as if he wanted to drag Chu Hen's soul into a bottomless swamp. The power of Qi-Tian, the power of the god of evil, standing in front of this god of evil. Chu Hen felt like he was facing an insurmountable, absolute power. I agree. Chu Hen's eyes flashed with a fiery luster. Kiki. The god of evil laughed, and the curve of his lips was as sharp as the blood-colored scythe in his hand. Boom! In an instant, the sky changed and the earth collapsed. The path of corpses under Chu Hen's feet violently shook. Each and every one of the empty eye sockets of the skeletons surged with a strange blood-red light. Countless rays of dense red light gushed out as if they were blood-red vines from hell. They coiled towards Chu Hen from all directions. Buzz. Chu Hen's mind trembled, and his entire body felt as if it had been struck by a powerful electric current. All the meridians in his body opened up, and waves of incomparably powerful evil power began to surge, like rivers flowing into the sea. After a brief moment of discomfort, Chu Hen began to enjoy it. A strange smile slowly bloomed on his face, and a trace of demonic bloody light flashed in his eyes. The vicious beast in his heart was about to break out of its shackles. Ha ha ha! The god of evil laughed wildly. He looked at Chu Hen as if he was looking at his favorite general. The heart of slaughter will eventually awaken. The power of Qi-Tian will slaughter the world with blood. Buzz! The vast, tide-like momentum was like landslides and tsunamis. Then, more than 10 towering pillars of blood shot up into the sky in front of the heretic god. Bear this god's power! The huge blood-red scythe swung horizontally, accompanied by the power to split the heavens and the earth. An incomparably strange 6-pointed star formation suddenly appeared under Chu Hen's feet. The astral formation was formed by the outline of blood patterns. Chu Hen stood at the center of the grand formation, and he emanated an awe-inspiring evil aura and revealed a wild and untamed aura. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, beams of light that were hundreds of thousands of feet tall rose up one after another along the runes of the starlight array. Chu Hen felt as if he had fallen into a whirlpool of storms, with countless terrifying forces swirling around him. Chu Hen spread his arms, and his extraordinarily handsome face exuded an arrogance that was completely different from his usual self. Suddenly, right at this moment, a light rhythm that was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water entered Chu Hen's ears. The faint ripple was like a ripple in the bottom of one's heart. Although it was small, it had a strange power that touched one's heart. This is... Chu Hen couldn't help but be startled, and his ice-cold gaze was suddenly filled with a trace of surprise. Following that, the light rhythm became clearer and clearer, turning into a melodious rhythm that was as soft as water, as light as a stream, and entered Chu Hen's mind. It was like a guiding light in the darkness. Chu Hen's heartstrings trembled violently. It was as if a ray of light had sprinkled down in the boundless darkness, and his drowsy soul was instantly awakened. Rumble! The moment his consciousness became clear, the six-pointed star formation under Chu Hen's feet suddenly cracked and instantly stopped operating. Following that, the earth collapsed and the sky collapsed. A rapidly expanding chasm appeared between Chu Hen and the heretic god. The distance between the two kept increasing, and the huge ravine in the middle was like two shores. The heretic god's pitch-black pupils were like two wormholes that disappeared into the chaotic universe. Deep, dark, cold, and mysterious. At the same time that the entire world collapsed, Chu Hen suddenly woke up, like a person who had broken free from a nightmare. The moment he opened his eyes, a beam of brilliant sunlight sprinkled on his face. It wasn't dazzling but resplendent. The fresh forest air had a faint, sweet smell. The memories from before he fainted came rushing back like a tide. Chu Hen couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. It was really dangerous. He didn't expect that after a few months he would meet the heretic god again. Was that a dream? Or did he really go to another alternate dimension? Chu Hen couldn't help but feel puzzled. Before Chu Hen could calm his mind, a wisp of rhythm drifted in the air and entered his ears. This sound, I heard it just now. Chu Hen was stunned. When he was trapped in the heretic god's nightmare, he heard a slight rhythm. It was also that slight rhythm that awakened his rational consciousness at the critical moment. With some doubts, Chu Hen slowly stood up and began to search in the direction of the rhythm. The gentle rhythm was as gentle as the spring breeze. This was the sound produced by the strings of a zither. The more he listened carefully, the calmer Chu Hen's heart became. His restless state of mind was quickly soothed. The lingering uneasiness from the nightmare had also been washed away. Soon, Chu Hen found the source of the zither sound. What appeared in front of him was a beautiful lake. The lake was located in the forest. The water was clear, and the bottom could be seen. A peerlessly beautiful figure was sitting on the surface of the lake in the middle of the lake. Chu Hen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The figure was facing him. Her beautiful long hair was as soft as ink, and she wore a long white dress. Her temperament was out of this world, like a lotus blooming on the surface of the water. Her slender fingers were as white as jade, slender and exquisite. Her nimble fingertips plucked a 7-string zither in front of her. Looking closely, the 7-string zither was not a real thing, but a long zither made of water. The 7 water-patterned strings were gently plucked, producing an intoxicating melody. He had to admit that this was an extremely intoxicating scene. Some people's temperament seemed to be innate. It was like a beautiful melody that touched one's heart. Who was the other party? Why was she here? Chu Hen's heart was filled with confusion. Almost as soon as Chu Hen appeared, the heavenly melody came to an abrupt end. She gently touched the last string of the zither. Then the zither in her hand broke into a ball of clear water and fell into the lake. Chu Hen was slightly stunned. Then he looked up and said apologetically, "I didn't mean to disturb you. If I offended you, please forgive me." However, the person didn't seem to care. She still had her back facing him. "If you are too far away from home, you will forget your hometown. If you kill too many people, you will forget yourself. If you have too many inner demons, you will be lost. The soft voice was as clear as water. Chapter 1051. If you are too far from home, you will forget your hometown. If you kill too many people, you will forget yourself. If you have too many inner demons, you will be lost. The other party's voice was as clear as the wind, as calm as water, with an indescribable clarity. The gentleness between the words was like a stream of spring water that flowed into Chu Hen's heart, touching his heartstrings. However, what surprised Chu Hen even more was the words that the other party said. "How could you? You are a passerby." The other party replied faintly. She still didn't look back. The bright sunlight sprinkled on the lake, and the gorgeous soft light surrounded her. The figure was as beautiful as a fairy in the mortal world. A passerby? Chu Hen raised his eyebrows, and his eyes couldn't help but show some gratitude. Yesterday he was besieged by the dark prison, 7 Devils. During the fight, he was disturbed by the other party's evil sound formation, which awakened the killing heart that he had been suppressing. Qi Tianling's mischief once again summoned the Diablo from another dimension. At the critical moment, it was the person in front of him who awakened his consciousness with the sound of the zither, thus breaking free from the control of the Diablo. "I'm Chu Hen. Thank you for helping me." Before he could finish his words of thanks, Chu Hen was startled. He saw that the figure that was just in front of him had already disappeared without a trace. At a glance, the entire surface of the lake was empty. A faint breeze brushed past, causing little ripples. Even the rhythm of the airflow in the air didn't change much. Disappeared? A trace of confusion flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. Feeling the silence around him, he couldn't help but wonder if he was hallucinating just now. "Don't tell me I'm not awake yet." Muttering to himself, Chu Hen patted his face and subconsciously shook his head. Even though his mind wasn't particularly clear right now, he could still be considered clear-headed. If you are too far from home, you will forget your hometown. If you kill too many people, you will forget yourself. Chu Hen muttered to himself in a low voice. His somewhat serious gaze revealed a trace of profoundness. The side effects of Qi Tianling were becoming more and more obvious, and it was becoming more and more difficult to control. Back in the ancient desolate heaven realm, the sacred wing heavenly flame sparrow had clearly explained the origins of this item. Qi Tianling came from an alternate dimension called the godly forbidden blood prison. In the blood prison, the source of great calamity, the lord of all evil, gathered. In that place, slaughter ruled over everything, and destruction was the main way of kings. It was a hellish place where all living things wailed. Those who obtained the Qitian token could pry into the power of the fiend gods and use their blood as a sacrifice to obtain the power of the fiend gods. But the heretical god force was born from slaughter, and it was born from destruction. The more one killed, the stronger the heretical god force would be, and the faster one's cultivation would grow. But at the same time as one obtained this transcendent power, it would also cause their heart demons to constantly expand and grow. The heretical god force was something that no one could control. The result was usually being corroded by the evil aura and falling into the path of the devil, becoming the slave of the evil god. There were 2 reasons why Chu Hen had decided to activate the Qitian token. Another reason was that he was in a hurry to escape the dragon burial grounds. If he hadn't escaped at that time, it was very likely that he would still be trapped in that seal, and he would be accompanied by that dragon skeleton for thousands of years to come. The second reason was because of the limits of the Demon Eye bloodline. The sacred-winged heavenly flame sparrow had said that the heretical god force was powerful, but it was only through the Qitian token that it could control Chu Hen. In the later stages, the Demon Eye sacred physique bloodline had a high chance of suppressing this power of slaughter. He had originally planned to use the Qitian token's power to break the seal of the land of the buried dragon. In the future, he would never touch that power again. But man proposes, God disposes. It was as if the heavens had carefully designed the situation. What happened later, in just a few months, had caused the blood of millions of people on Chu Hen's side, even though he had left the victorious East State. But the slaughter had continued until now. From Whale Island City, to the interception of the light, sacred clan halfway, to the dark prison Seven Devils last night, the continuous harvesting had been feeding the sleeping beast in his body. Perhaps I still need to raise my cultivation, or I won't be able to suppress the Chi-Tien token. Chu Hen thought to himself, even though too many things had not gone his way, if he had to make a choice again, Chu Hen would still activate the Chi-Tien token. After all, he had no choice back then. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. I don't know when she will wake up. At least she can give me some advice. Chu Hen slightly composed himself. He felt the still, silent aura within his violet palace of True Yuan. In his mind, a slender figure that was like a glimpse of a graceful swan couldn't help but appear. It was so breathtaking that it was hard to forget. Remember, don't use that power again. In the future, you'll have to rely on yourself. I hope you can amaze me the next time we meet. Her red lips parted slightly, more dazzling than the snow lotuses in the sky full of flying snow. Their eyes met, and 10,000 years passed in a single glance. Prosperity fell, and dust filled the sky. That was the first time Chu Hen had seen the sacred winged, heavenly flame sparrow's human form. It was like a footprint left in the snow, shallow and deep, white and pure. I still have a lot of things to do. I'm afraid I can't be controlled by you, so quickly, evil god! The corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and a decisive and domineering aura surged out from between his brows. Buzz! The Chi-Tien token seemed to have a reaction, and actually had a slight rhythm, as if it was expressing its mockery towards Chu Hen. He sorted out his chaotic emotions a little. Chu Hen did not stay here for long. After identifying the direction, he stepped into the air and headed towards the darker forest ahead. After nearly 2 days of rushing, Chu Hen stepped into the tomb of immortals and devils. As soon as he stepped into this area, a dark current of air rushed towards him. White bones could be seen everywhere, some of them belonging to giant beasts and some to humans. All kinds of strange evil plants were hidden in the bushes, and on the banks of the river there were strange crocodiles that were hundreds of meters long. There was a dangerous aura coming from all directions. A layer of hazy gray fog floated in the sky, and even the scorching sun could not penetrate it. One could only see a faint outline. It's really a strange place. I wonder if Meng Chong will be here. Chu Hen frowned slightly, and his heart became a little solemn. He hoped to find Luo Mengchong as soon as possible, but he also hoped that she would be safe. Immediately, Chu Hen went straight to the depths of the tomb of immortals and devils, and at the same time, fully released his perception to search everywhere. The deeper he went into the tomb of immortals and devils, the more strange Chu Hen felt. There seemed to be a murderous intent in the air that had not dissipated even after a long time of wind and rain. A huge cliff lay in front of Chu Hen. This cliff was actually split from the middle by a sword, and the cliff walls were sharp and neat. All kinds of vast ravines that traversed the two places also glowed with a kind of sharpness. Glancing over, one could even find a few broken spears and halberds in the cracks of the stones. Every inch of land here seemed to be telling the story of the years of fierce battles that no one knew about. The tomb of immortals and devils, where immortals and devils were buried. From time to time, there were a few beast roars coming from the deep mountains in the distance. Chu Hen could feel that there were a few fierce auras in the depths of the forest below, locking onto him. Looking at the faint, blood-red sky in front of him, Chu Hen felt a little uneasy in his heart. Did the others come here again? He did not know. Immediately, Chu Hen continued to expand the scope of his search, and the mighty perception spread out like a tide, and the movements within a radius of dozens of miles came one after another. About half an hour later, Chu Hen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Found it. Following the direction that he had locked onto, Chu Hen moved forward at an extremely fast speed. Soon, a violent force surged in front of him. Boom! Bang! The mountains collapsed, the ground cracked, and the forest was swept away. The first thing that entered Chu Hen's eyes was a huge monster. It was a heavily armored monster with 4 pairs of pincers on its back. It swept in all directions at the same time. The body of the armored beast was hundreds of feet long, and its face was ferocious. The terrifying force wantonly rushed down. The earth cracked, the mountain walls were cut, and several monsters nearby were directly hit and sent flying. At this moment, in front of the giant beast, a figure in a sorry state was fleeing randomly, and the biting cold wind swept over. The figure jumped up and down. Han Ichuan. Chu Hen rushed over, and his eyes lit up. He finally found them. However, Han Ichuan, who was in chaos, did not notice the arrival of Chu Hen, and all kinds of chaotic dodges were dodging the fierce attacks of the giant beast. Swish! The air was torn apart, and a pincer covered with barbs swept over like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Damn it! Han Ichuan's face changed, and he quickly fell to the ground to dodge. Boom! Rocks collapsed, and the ground in front of Han Ichuan suddenly had a deep ditch of tens of meters wide. Hee! The armored beast let out a strange scream, and its mountain-like body instantly pounced in front of Han Ichuan, and 2 saw pincers attacked him from the left and right. Han Ichuan's face was pale, and he shouted loudly. But at that moment there was a violent and heavy explosion, and a brilliant flash of lightning blossomed in the air like a rain of fireworks. Tens of thousands of lightning rays spread in all directions, and the shelled giant beast was directly sent flying a few dozen meters away. Han Ichuan's pupil shrank, and he saw a familiar back suddenly appeared in front of him. Chu Hen, you're finally here! The other party looked as if he had seen his savior, and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and he said sideways, "You step back first, Zam." A beam of green light flashed, and the blue Ran sword immediately swept into Chu Hen's hand. He held the holy sword diagonally, and with a move of his palm, dense bright electric arcs quickly climbed up the sword body, and endless biting cold air swept out. Hee! The armored beast stared coldly at Chu Hen, and there was no fear in its eyes, but it was filled with madness. Humph! Just as Chu Hen was about to launch an attack, Han Ichuan suddenly shouted from behind, Don't kill it! Don't kill it?" Chu Hen was stunned. Chapter 1052. Don't kill it. Chu Hen it is. Xiao Shaowan. Boom! Han Ichuan's voice exploded in Chu Hen's mind like a clap of thunder. What? Chu Hen's face was full of astonishment and disbelief. He looked at the ferocious, steel-armored behemoth in front of him, and then looked at the anxious Han Ichuan. His head was full of question marks. What are you talking about? It is Xiao Shaowan. I don't know how things turned out like this, but it is that violent, wild girl, Han Ichuan said incoherently. Chu Hen felt that his worldview was about to collapse. To be honest, he would rather believe that the man in front of him was not Han Ichuan than believe that this monster was Xiao Shaowan. Ha! Without much time to explain, the behemoth waved its giant scythe-like pincers toward Chu Hen. The biting cold airflow was like a flying wind blade. Sharp and fierce, Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and the blue sky sword in his hand swept out. A crescent-shaped thunder and lightning sword light slashed out diagonally and hit the huge pincers of the opponent. Bang! Sword chi splashed and waves of air stacked up. The enraged behemoth directly shattered Chu Hen's sword chi with its pincers, and then a violent force surged down. Chu Hen dodged, leaving an afterimage on the spot, and his body flashed to the area above the behemoth in an instant. This thing is really Xiao Shaowan. Chu Hen still couldn't believe it. Absolutely. Han Ichuan frowned and hurriedly explained, I don't need to joke with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't let her chase me until I was exhausted and didn't escape. I understand. A wisp of a fierce light flashed in Chu Hen's eyes as he immediately withdrew the blue sky sword, and then a dazzling and resplendent starlight erupted from the center of his palm. He leaped up and swooped down. A powerful palm strike that was as vast as a mountain descended from the sky. Rumble, a huge palm print that looked like the hand of a Buddha pressed down on the back of the shelled behemoth. Boom! As if it was carrying a heavy mountain on its back, the shelled giant beast trembled and was directly pressed to the ground. The majestic and mighty chi waves swept across the ground. Dust flew everywhere and rocks and plants were blown away. Fekta Chain, Chu Hen gave a loud shout, and a dazzling silver light blossomed from his body. Next, 7 glittering iron chains shot out from Chu Hen's body like an infinitely long pair of wings. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! The 7 star chains wrapped around the shelled giant beast like an incomparably huge steel claw, firmly locking it in place. Woo! The shelled giant beast struggled violently, and its 8 pincers waved madly. Deep cracks appeared on the ground one after another. The 7 star chains tightened continuously. Chu Hen frowned slightly. He could sense how violent and shocking his opponent's power was. Hee! Accompanied by a sharp howl, a layer of dim golden light suddenly appeared on the shelled giant beast's body. At the same time, many strange dark red patterns appeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shocking power emerged continuously. The 7 star chains released by Chu Hen were once again tightened to the extreme. Moreover, tiny cracks appeared on the iron chains. What a powerful force! Chu Hen was secretly shocked. Seeing this, Han Yichuan became even more anxious, and he shouted loudly, "Qiao Shaowan, wake up! Wake up!" As soon as he finished speaking, the shelled giant beast's body paused for a moment. Chu Hen immediately seized the opportunity. His eyes narrowed slightly, and purple light surged in his deep pupils in an instant. The bloodline power from the demon eye's sacred body directly suppressed it. A steady stream of divine power flowed along the 7 star chains towards the shelled giant beast. The violent aura of the shelled giant beast that was wrapped in purple light quietly weakened. Then, under the dazzling light, the other party's mountain-like body shrank rapidly. The 7 star chains suddenly lost their support and became loose. Chu Hen's figure flashed, and he swept to the side of the dazzling light. He stretched out his arms, and the light that had turned into a human figure caught in his hands. Chu Hen landed firmly on the ground, and the faint light gradually faded. A quiet and cute girl's aura gently leaned on Chu Hen's arms. Han Yichuan also hurriedly ran over, and he could not help but feel relieved when he saw Qiao Shaowan curled up in Chu Hen's arms. "You finally changed back." At the same time, Qiao Shaowan opened her sleepy eyes, and her clear eyes were filled with a trace of confusion. "Chu Hen? You guys. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel so tired?" Chu Hen's expression was slightly complicated. He first gently placed the other party on a flat rock, and then asked, "I also want to know what's going on with you." "I don't know." Qiao Shaowan replied weakly, "Ever since I came to this place, I felt very uncomfortable." Chu Hen and Han Yichuan looked at each other, but they were even more puzzled. The tomb of immortals and demons was indeed a very strange place. The eviline energy was extremely strong. Ordinary people would indeed feel repulsed by this place. But what happened to Qiao Shaowan could no longer be looked at with the eyes of ordinary people. "You're not human?" After a short moment of silence, Chu Hen asked. Qiao Shaowan's hands unconsciously clenched, and her little face was tense, as if someone had touched the most sensitive chord in her heart. Chu Hen's frown deepened. He could not see through the other party. He had originally thought that she was merely the personal disciple of the 1,000-world sex sect leader, Qiao Yong. It seemed like things were not that simple. Han Yichuan, who was standing to the side, seemed to know something. He said in a low voice, Since things have come to this, you should tell Chu Hen. Xiao Shaowan wanted to say something, but stopped. She looked at Chu Hen apologetically and said, "The reason why I left Victorious Estate with you this time was to find out my true identity." True identity? A light flashed across Chu Hen's eyes. "Weren't you born in the Eastern continent?" Xiao Shaowan shook her head. "I heard from the old man that when I was very young, one of his friends sent me to the Thousand World sect. Later on, I went to look for that friend, but he had already left the Eastern continent. Ever since I was a few years old, the old man realized that I was different from ordinary people. I would often lose control of my emotions. But I really don't know what happened just now." After listening to the other party's explanation, Chu Hen's frown eased slightly. He did not expect that this girl in front of him was already in her 20s. But on the surface, she only looked 12 or 13. Originally, he had thought that it was just because of her looks or because of her young age. He did not expect there to be an unexpected reason behind it. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hidden it from you." At this moment, Xiao Shaowan was no longer as domineering and delicate as before. Perhaps it was because she was weak, but she felt a little apologetic in her heart. Chu Hen shook his head and smiled. "It's no big deal. Everyone has their own secrets. Once we find Meng Shang, we'll help you find out your own identity." Xiao Shaowan's eyes lit up. "Really?" Chu Hen smiled. "What else can I do? Let you turn into a monster and wreak havoc as you please?" Xiao Shaowan pursed her lips and smiled. "I suddenly feel that you're very warm." No wonder little Yao would keep saying Big Brother Chu Hen to the left and Big Brother Chu Hen to the right. Chu Hen rolled his eyes at her, then asked, "Where are the others?" "We got separated." Han Ichuan replied with a slightly serious expression. "Separated?" "Yes, the Tomb of Immortals and Demons is really too chaotic. When we arrived here a few days ago, there were already dozens of battles. 3 days ago, a large-scale battle broke out near the center of the Tomb of Immortals and Demons. Because the situation was too chaotic, we got separated in the process of evading." "Oh!" Chu Hen's eyes darkened. "What kind of battle?" "I'm not sure about the specifics, but in any case, there were many powerful human experts and many terrifyingly powerful demonic beasts." Han Ichuan's words were very vague, and it was clear that he also felt that it was strange. Chu Hen was even more confused. "Then, have you found any traces of Meng Shang?" Even though he had already guessed the answer, Chu Hen still asked this question. Naturally, the answer he received was Han Ichuan shaking his head. "The road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. I'm sure we'll find her," Han Ichuan said. Chu Hen nodded and did not say anything else. Just as the three of them were about to rest for a while before deciding to leave, dozens of powerful auras were quickly approaching them. Chu Hen and Han Ichuan's hearts skipped a beat, and they immediately became alert. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! In the next moment, dozens of shadows flew across the sky and landed on a slope in front of the three of them. Senior Song Hao, it looks like the battle is over. The one who spoke was a young lady dressed in red. "But why don't we see the demonic beast's corpse?" Another young man asked in a low voice. It was obvious that these people were alerted by the commotion earlier and came here after hearing the noise. These people were all dressed in bright and beautiful clothes, and they were in high spirits. Even the disciples of the Thousand World sect and the 9 Heaven Pavilion from the Victorious Estate could not compare to these people. "Who are you?" At this moment, a young man dressed in green looked at Chu Hen and the other too calmly. "Ancient Eternal Realm." Chu Hen was slightly shocked. This young man was emitting a powerful aura that far surpassed the profound sky realm. It would not be strange if he was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, but he looked so young, which meant that these people were not ordinary people. "I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me?" The man's tone was cold, arrogant, and slightly angry. "Friends, we're just passing by." Han Ichuan stepped forward and said, "Hee friends?" The lady dressed in red who spoke before laughed in disdain. You think you have the right. You. Han Ichuan was a little unhappy. He was just being polite, but he was being mocked. Chu Hen extended his hand and replied, We're here to find someone. If there's nothing else, we'll leave now. As he finished speaking, Chu Hen turned around to help the weak Xiao Shaowan up and gestured for Han Ichuan to leave. Wait, I didn't say you could leave. The leading man's voice followed closely. Chu Hen turned around. Do you have any other orders? There was a demonic beast here, just now. Why did it disappear when we arrived? I'm sorry, I can't answer your question. Chapter 1053. I can't help but suspect that the three of you are demonic beasts in disguise. In an instant, the leader's eyes flashed coldly, and an incomparably strong and sharp aura was released. An invisible pressure surged towards Chu Hen and the others like a sharp sword. Ancient eternal realm? Han Ichuan and Xiao Shaowan's expressions changed, and their eyes couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression. They didn't expect that this young man, who was not much older than them, had actually reached the ancient eternal realm. Where did these people come from? Where did they come from? Chu Hen's expression didn't change much. After all, he had already seen through the other party's strength. He replied in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. I think you've misunderstood. We're only passing by for personal matters. To say that you're demonic beasts in disguise is even more ridiculous. I think you're all genius disciples of great sects, so you wouldn't go so far as to bully ordinary people like us, right? As soon as these words came out, the few of them were stunned at first, and then they all sneered disdainfully. Senior Brother Song Hao, this person has some sense. Why don't we just let them go? The woman in red who had spoken just now said. The leader's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stared at Chu Hen's calm face, as if he was trying to see through him. Chu Hen's eyes were calm as a clear lake in the forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a dozen or so people rushed towards them with the sound of rushing wind. Ha 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 ha. Isn't this Senior Brother Song Hao from the Heaven Condensing Pavilion? Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. A hearty and loud laughter followed. Song Hao and the others' eyes narrowed, and one of the young men said in a low voice, It's the Han Yun sect. They were both high-spirited and talented young men. Their extraordinary temperament was far superior to ordinary people, like the stars shining brightly. The leader was tall and slender, wearing a gorgeous robe with a white cloud pattern, and the domineering aura he exuded was no less than Song Hao's. Another ancient eternal realm expert. Xiao Shaowan and Han Ichuan were secretly shocked, and they looked at Chu Hen uneasily. But seeing that the other party wasn't too worried, they relaxed a little. Song Hao's sharp eyes swept directly towards the young man wearing the white cloud pattern. When their gazes met, it was like invisible arrows colliding. His throat moved slightly as he coldly spat out two words. Wu Xiao! Ha 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 ha! The man called Wu Xiao laughed heartily. It's rare that Senior Brother Song Hao still remembers me. I'm truly honored, truly honored. As Wu Xiao spoke, a pleasantly surprised voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Brother Chu Hen, why are you here? This voice? Was it Jing Shu? Chu Hen's heart lit up. The others in the room were also startled. Sure enough, a familiar figure hurriedly walked out, a gentle smile on his face. It was none other than the young pattern artist he had met in Whale Island City. Zhang Shu, Brother Zhang. Chu Hen nodded slightly. Zhang Shu excitedly stepped forward and grasped Chu Hen's wrist, clearly very happy. Ha ha, Brother Chu Hen, when we parted ways in Whale Island City, you left in such a hurry that I didn't even have the chance to say goodbye. I originally thought that I would never have the chance to meet again. Who would have thought that we would meet again here today? It was obvious that Zhang Shu was especially happy. The other party's reaction made Chu Hen feel somewhat apologetic. After the incident in Whale Island City, they had left too quickly and hadn't taken care of this friend they had made along the way. He hadn't expected to meet again here. Are these people from your Han Yun sect? Song Hao asked indifferently. Wu Xiao raised his gaze slightly and glanced at Chu Hen and the other two lazily. So what if they are? So what if they aren't? If they aren't, then it's easy. I was just suspecting that they are demonic beast spies in disguise. Spies? Without waiting for the Han Yun sect's reply, Zheng Shu hurriedly explained, Senior brothers, Brother Chu Hen is definitely not a spy. We participated in the Heavenly Talisman battle together in Whale Island City. Senior Sister Su and Senior Brother Zhua can prove this. Senior Sister Su? Senior Brother Zhua? Chu Hen was startled again. He followed Zheng Shu's gaze and saw two familiar figures, Su Lingzu and Zhui Wehan. Chu Hen had a deep impression of Su Lingzu. During the Heavenly Talisman battle, she had used the Heaven Reversal Pill inscription to refine the supreme heaven-rank spirit herb, the Golden Jade Immortal Nectar, and shocked everyone, although Su Lingzu had lost to the 100-piercing saint sword forged by the young master of Whale Island City, Qi Jueshin. If Qi Jueshin had not integrated the bloodline power of the giant whale Saint Physique into his runes, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Su Lingzu. In comparison, Su Lingzu was superior in terms of mastery of runes. As for Zhui Wehan, Chu Hen had only met him once. Moreover, he didn't have a good impression of him. In Chu Hen's eyes, he was merely an arrogant young master who surrounded Su Lingzu every day. Su Lingzu raised her beautiful eyes and looked deeply at Chu Hen. Then she stepped forward and said, Senior Brother Wu Xiao, I have indeed met this young Master Chu in Whale Island City. I don't think he's a demon beast in disguise. Although he's not a demon beast, he's not a good person either. Zhua, Yue Han mocked coldly from the side. Even though there was no direct enmity between them, Zhui Wehan had always been prejudiced against Chu Hen. Zheng Shu hurriedly smoothed things over with a smile. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, there's nothing else to worry about. Song Hao had no reason to continue to harp on Chu Hen. He looked at Wu Xiao and said, The changes in the Tomb of Immortals and Devils, this time, don't seem to be caused by ordinary demon beasts. Your Han Yin sect should be careful. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Brother Song Hao. The same goes for all of you, Wu Xiao replied with a chuckle. Song Hao smiled coldly and ignored him. Then he waved his hand and led everyone away. Brother Chu Hen, why are you here? Zheng Shu couldn't wait to ask. We have some private matters to discuss, Chu Hen said with a smile. Private matters? Zheng Shu was stunned. How could it be so coincidental? The Tomb of Immortals and Devils has been very unstable recently. It'll be very dangerous for you to barge in at will. Why don't you come with us? As soon as Zheng Shu finished speaking, a disdainful snort came from the Han Yun sect's group. Don't forget who you are. The one who spoke was a young man in light clothes. His face was cold and arrogant. The rest of the group wore similar expressions. It was obvious that Zheng Shu had no right to speak. Zheng Shu's expression changed slightly. He smiled awkwardly and turned to Wu Xiao respectfully. Senior Brother Wu Xiao, the situation in the Tomb of Immortals and Devils is very unstable now. We need people. Brother Chu Hen is extremely skilled. He'll definitely be of great help to us. I hope Senior Brother can help us. Chu Hen felt a little helpless. To be honest, he didn't want to follow these people. He didn't expect Zheng Shu to say such things. But when he thought that the other party had good intentions, he felt relieved for the time being. He's indeed skilled. Otherwise, the Whale Island City Lord wouldn't have died at his hands. Zhui Wehan smiled coldly. What? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding air waves trembled. Everyone's eyes turned cold. Song Hao and the others from the Firmament Gathering Pavilion, who hadn't gone far, also stopped in their tracks. One after another, they turned to look at Chu Hen with a deep look. The news of the chaos in Whale Island City had already caused a stir in the surrounding areas. Even the people in the Midland had heard about it. The city lord and the young city lord had been killed at the scene of the heavenly talisman battle. The murder's methods were so ruthless that it made countless people tremble in fear. But what was unexpected was that the murderer was the person in front of them. After a brief moment of shock, the cold light in Wu Xiu's eyes disappeared. Chapter 1054. The dense forest was dark and gloomy, and the lush trees were like monsters that had gathered together, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The surrounding atmosphere was very quiet. Their feet stepped on the damp ground, leaving shallow footprints. There wasn't much communication, and everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding, not saying a word. Chu Hen didn't like this kind of atmosphere. If Zhang Shu hadn't spoken up earlier, Chu Hen wouldn't have wanted to follow the Han Yun sect's team. "Brother Chu Hen, when did you get here?" Zhang Shu, who was walking in the front, quietly slowed down, then retreated to Chu Hen's side and started talking with him in a low voice. "Not long ago." Chu Hen answered. "Where are the others? Aren't they together?" Back in Whale Island City, Zhang Shu knew everyone, including Chu Hen. There were Shifeng Zi, Yi Yao, Long Xuanshuang, Mu Feng, Haozi, Han Yichuan, and Qiao Shaowan. Right now, only Han Yichuan and Qiao Shaowan were with him. Chu Hen shook his head seriously. "I'm not sure yet. If they're in the tomb of immortals and devils, it'll be a bit troublesome. Recently, it's been too chaotic, but they're lucky and they'll be fine," Zhang Shu said. "Why are you here?" Han Yichuan asked back. Zhang Shu raised his head, nodded, and pointed at the Han Yun sect's team walking in the front. "As you can see, because the tomb of immortals and devils isn't peaceful, it's attracted the attention of many big powers in the Midland. Miss Su Lingzhu, Zhui Wehan, and I are all inner disciples of the Han Yun sect. Of course, the two of them are official disciples. The difference between official disciples and inner disciples didn't need to be explained, and all three of them understood. In other words, Zhang Shu could be kicked out of the sect at any time, because they were inner disciples, and because Zhongyuan Castle was relatively close to the tomb of immortals and devils. The three of them were also summoned by the Han Yun sect." Chu Hen squinted his eyes, looking at the young and vigorous men and women in front of him. He knew that the Han Yun sect was not a normal place. Zhang Shu was a heavenly pattern master after all, and he was quite good at spell symbols. Although he was stopped in the second round of the heavenly pattern battle, he wasn't weak at all. Even at this level, there was still the risk of being kicked out by the Han Yun sect at any time. It really made one's heart palpitate. It's said that the situation in the Midland is extremely complicated. Tens of millions of different-sized forces and clans exist in the Midland, some of which have existed for tens of thousands of years, and can even rival the top-level holy clans, said Han Yichuan in a low voice. Su and Qiao Shaowan nodded, but Chu Hen was surprised. "Sects that are as powerful as the Holy Clan?" "Yes, that's not an exaggeration. The Han Yun sect is powerful enough," Zhang Shu said with a hint of respect. Chu Hen sighed when he heard this. He glanced at Wu Xiu, who was walking at the front of the group. He shook his head. No wonder they could raise Eternal Realm disciples. This Han Yun sect was really powerful. The Midland has thousands of races, and the sects they have are as many talented and powerful as the stars in the sky. Apart from the sects that have been around for a long time, some of them are actually supported by the Holy Clan. Therefore, these martial arts holy lands have very strict requirements for selecting their inner disciples. Zhang Shu gave a brief explanation. Chu Hen's view of the world was raised to another level. Now, it seemed that the victorious East Prefecture was a bit too small. Sects that could rival the Holy Clan, including the Thousand World Sect, the Palace of Jiuhua, and the Thunder Saint Palace, were not worth mentioning. After being shocked, Chu Hen could not help but be curious. What had happened in the tomb of immortals and devils for such a powerful force to send people to search for them? Ta! Suddenly, Wu Xiu, who was walking at the very front, stopped his footsteps. He turned around, looked at Chu Hen, and said, I wonder if Mr. Chu Hen has any intentions of joining my Hanyun school. Wow. This sudden statement instantly stirred up great waves in the hearts of everyone present. Su Lingzhu and Zhuo Yuehan were surprised. Zhang Shu's eyes lit up, and he looked at Wu Xiu expectantly. With Wu Xiu's position in the Hanyun sect, he definitely had the power to decide whether a disciple could join the sect. But, most importantly, this was an invitation from the Hanyun sect. It was an honor that countless young people dreamed of. However, Chu Hen courteously smiled and said, I appreciate your good intentions, but I still have important matters to attend to. Currently, I don't have any plans to join any faction. Rejected. Chu Hen had actually rejected Wu Xiu's invitation. Everyone was once again greatly surprised. Oh, you're not willing? Wu Xiu's tone carried a hint of mockery. Chu Hen's gaze shifted. I'm very sorry. Zhui Wehan and the rest of the Hanyun sect couldn't help but sneer. In their eyes, Chu Hen was no different from a fool. Even Zhang Shu couldn't help but clap his hands and shake his head in pity. A complicated look flashed through Su Lingzhu's eyes, just like what she'd seen in Whale Island City. This was indeed an unexpected man. Wu Xiu wasn't angry. He smiled faintly. That's really a pity. If a young genius with the heart of the mysterious killer lightning had joined my Hanyun sect, he would definitely be valued. The heart of the mysterious killer lightning. There was an undetectable depth to the words. Chu Hen's gaze turned cold, and a hint of wariness appeared on his face. Wu Xiu was still smiling. His smile was a little warm, a little dazzling. The silent forest was filled with an indescribable tension. Boom! At this moment, a heavy sound came from the depths of the mountain range. The ground beneath everyone's feet shook uneasily. The mountains shook, and the birds and beasts in the forest fled in alarm. Roar! Roar! The loud roar of the beasts came from the depths of the mountain range, pounding on everyone's heartstrings. Everyone was alarmed. A Hanyun sect disciple frowned and said, Those beasts are starting to cause trouble again. Everyone looked at Wu Xiu. Wu Xiu smirked and looked at Chu Hen playfully. You've missed your chance, but there won't be a second time. Good luck. With that, Wu Xiu's body moved. He turned into a ray of light and leaped into the sky. The rest of the people followed him without hesitation. Zhuo Yuehan laughed coldly and disappeared on the spot. Zhang Shu finally came to his senses. He apologized to Chu Hen. I'm sorry, Brother Chu Hen. I shouldn't have dragged you into this. It's not your fault. There were more than one or two people who wanted the heart of the mysterious killer lightning. With Zhuo Yuehan around, his identity would be discovered by the Hanyun sect sooner or later. Let's go and take a look. Chu Hen said. Jing Shu was stunned. But I'm here to find someone. I can't let go of any possibility. Let's go. Immediately, Chu Hen and the others quickly followed the footsteps of the Hanyun sect's group and flashed towards the direction of the commotion. The sky above the tomb of immortals and devils was shrouded in a dark red mist. The mountains and rivers changed color, and the wind blew. In the area in front of them, the sky was shaking, and the surroundings were in chaos. The dark sky seemed to be filled with countless crows, dust filled the sky, and the demonic aura filled the sky. Boundless killing intent surged towards him like a tidal wave. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! The people from Hanyun clan in front of them were like shooting stars that sliced through the sky. Then they landed on the top of a steep mountain. At the same time, a steady stream of human experts came from other directions. Chapter 1055. Rumble! Demonic chi soared into the sky, shaking the firmament. Endless murderous chi surged out from the depths of the tomb of immortals and devils, like a tsunami. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Numerous figures with extraordinary auras rushed over like shooting stars streaking across the sky. A tense and intense atmosphere filled the sky and the earth, filling the entire world. What's going on? Chu Hen led Han Ichuan, while Qiao Shaoan and Zhang Shu followed, closely behind the group of young experts from the Hanyun sect. They all looked perplexed and solemn. Zhang Shu shook his head and said, I don't know the specifics. Anyway, there have been many demonic beasts causing trouble in the tomb of immortals and devils. In front of them, Wu Xiao and the other members of the Hanyun sect landed on a steep mountain. Chu Hen and the rest landed on the other side of the mountain. Humph! Zhuo Yuehan turned around and sneered. His eyes were filled with disdain. Chu Hen ignored them and looked at the vast land in front of him. Rumble. In an instant, what appeared in front of everyone could be said to be a vast and majestic scene. In the vast canyon, there are countless ferocious demonic beasts. The epic scene impacted Chu Hen's vision. The ground, the sky, all kinds of beasts roared at the sky, making shrill noises. What is this? Han Ichuan frowned. There are at least hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts. The sky was dark and the ground was shaking. Such a terrifying beast tide sent chills down everyone's spine. Senior Wu Xiao, the number of these beasts has increased by several times. Something big is going to happen. A disciple from the Hanyun sect said in a serious tone. Wu Xiao was quite calm. The sect wouldn't have sent us here if it was just a trivial matter. I'm looking forward to seeing what these beasts can do. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, another group flashed to the southern cliff. Senior brother Wu Xiao, you guys are quite early. There was a hint of frivolity in the arrogant laughter. The person who came was none other than the young genius of Heaven Condensing Pavilion. Songhao Wu Xiao lazily glanced at him and replied faintly, Just arrived! It seems like quite a few forces have arrived. Songhao glanced at the human experts who had arrived one after another with great interest. When the human experts arrived, they were the first to look over in awe. That's the team from the Hanyun sect and Qi Shao Pavilion. I'm relieved that they're here. Even the Hanyun sect and the Firmament Gathering Pavilion are here. Something big must have happened in the Immortal and Devil Tomb. Roar! Roar! Without waiting for everyone to stabilize their footing, the vast and terrifying horde of beasts in front of them launched a fierce attack. The black swarm of beasts came roaring over with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. The dense evil aura was like a raging tsunami. Kill! Evil creature, don't be presumptuous. The human experts were not to be outdone. One after another, they unleashed their powerful true inner strength to counter the attack. Although the human experts were obviously at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, there were almost no weaklings among those who participated in the operation in the Immortal and Devil Tomb. One by one, sharp swords were unsheathed, gleaming with cold light. Spears and halberds were like dragons that could overturn rivers and seas. A series of dazzling and sharp martial arts skills intertwined like colorful divine rays. The bodies of the giant demonic beasts were split apart, blood and flesh split open, and red rain swirled in the air. The battle was cruel, especially the battle between humans and demonic beasts. There was almost no room for negotiation. For humans, the Immortal and Devil Tomb was a special territory that could not allow demonic beasts to run amok. Coo! Kiki! A swarm of blood-colored bats with sharp claws descended from the sky and pounced on the human experts. Several human experts were caught off guard by this sudden disturbance. The ferocious demonic beasts seized the opportunity to attack, clawing and tearing them to pieces. The screams and the roars of the demonic beasts interweaved into a heroic dirge. Wu Xiao's eyes darkened. Then he raised one hand slightly and made a move gesture. In an instant, the young disciples of the Hanyun sect charged into the crowd of demonic beasts and began to kill them. Go and help. Song Hao from the Qixiao Pavilion immediately gave the order. Yes. The geniuses did not back down. One by one, they took out their weapons and summoned their sacred armors. They charged into the battle like heavenly soldiers and generals. Brother Chu Hen, I have to go and help as well, Zhang Shu said seriously. Forget it. You will die easily, Qiao Shaoan said. Zhang Shu shook his head with a bitter smile. My performance in this mission will determine whether or not I can become an official disciple of the Han Yun sect. If I stand aside and watch, I will not be able to satisfy Brother Wu Xiao. It was obvious that Zhang Shu had high hopes for the Han Yun sect. Otherwise, he would not have participated in such a dangerous mission. Chu Hen did not say anything else. He nodded and said, "Be careful." "I will." After saying that, Zhang Shu raised his 10 fingers. A pure Reiki energy was released from his Naiwen palace, surrounded by a series of beautiful runes and secret scrolls. Zhang Shu also joined the chaotic battle. After all, he was a rune master. He played a supporting role in the battle. He and Su Lingzu used their runes to create better conditions for their companions to attack. It was much safer to be at the back. As for Chu Hen, Han Yichuan, and Qiao Shaoan, they did not intend to join the battle immediately. It was very simple. They did not know the inside story of the battle between humans and demonic beasts. Moreover, this was not their purpose for coming here. The battle was getting more and more intense. It could be said that the sky was dark. Even though the demonic beasts had the advantage of numbers and were pushing forward, the human experts from various sects were also rushing over to support them. Both sides were like a huge wave colliding with a meteorite. The violent power that erupted from both sides shook the sky and cracked the earth. Chaotic shockwaves swept in all directions. What's going on? There are humans on the demonic beast side? Han Yichuan suddenly blurted out these words. Chu Hen was stunned at first. Then he looked in the direction that the other party was pointing at. He saw that in the depths of the Great Canyon behind the demonic beasts, there was a peerless mountain peak. At the peak of the mountain, there were 3 figures. One of them was nearly 3 meters tall. His physique was as strong as an ox. His entire body was surrounded by red flames, and he looked very domineering. The other person was dressed in a black robe. However, his skin was extremely white. There were more than 10 bats circling around him. When Chu Hen fixed his eyes on the third person, he could not help but be stunned. It was actually a woman. Her slender and tall figure was impeccable. Even though she was far away, her innate temperament was enough for people to notice her in the crowd. Even though she was in the midst of tens of thousands of demonic beasts, she did not seem to be tainted by a trace of ferocity or vulgarity. There was only a completely different kind of purity. "It's her." Chu Hen was surprised and curious. The other party was none other than the passerby who had helped him break free from the control of his inner demons with her music. If that was the case, that day was not an illusion. The other party really existed. However, what made Chu Hen a little surprised was that the other party was wearing a mask. The mask was very simple. There were only a few simple patterns on the corners of the mouth and the eyes, and it was enough to draw upward lines. This ordinary mask, when worn on her face, had an indescribable special attractiveness. It made people involuntarily curious to know what kind of face was behind the mask. What? They are not humans. They are just demonic beasts with a very noble bloodline. Qiao Shaoan denied what Han Yichuan said. Oh, Han Yichuan was slightly stunned. He looked at her strangely. He had almost forgotten that there was a monster who could transform into a human beside him. Qiao Shaoan knew what he was thinking. She pursed her lips and said, "Venerable demonic beasts can transform into human form after reaching a certain cultivation level. There are also some with a higher bloodline that can live in human form from birth. You, the chief disciple of the palace of Juhua, don't even know this common sense?" "I know. I just didn't realize it." Han Yichuan shrugged. Venerable level demonic beasts. They had a noble bloodline that surpassed heavenly beasts and were equivalent to the ancient eternal realm. There was no doubt that demonic beasts at this level had the same intelligence as humans. Is she also a demonic beast? Chu Hen asked in a low voice, "Which one?" Xiao Shaowan looked at the masked woman in Chu Hen's direction. She hesitated for a moment and shook her head. "She seems to be human." Oh, this answer surprised Chu Hen even more. "I don't feel any demonic beast's aura on her, and what?" Han Yichuan asked casually. Xiao Xiaowan's eyes lit up, and she said, "Moreover, her temperament is so special. I can't describe it." The chaotic battle continued to break out. The canyon below was filled with the corpses of many large demonic beasts. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Although the demonic beasts had suffered many casualties, the human powerhouses were not having a good time either. The battle line was constantly being pushed back. Rumble. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the sky surged, and there was a violent rumble. "Humph, Wu Xiao Song Hao. Are you two just going to stand aside and watch?" Accompanied by a thunderous sneer, a majestic and powerful palm force pressed down like a destructive storm, directly blasting into the dense crowd of demonic beasts. Boom! The space shook and the earth cracked. An incomparably powerful force surged over. Nearly 100 demonic beasts were instantly crushed into clouds of blood mist. Piercingly cold air waves covered the sky and the earth. The wind howled and the air waves rolled. Everyone's eyes lit up. It's the dragon's might divine palm. The powerhouses of Profound Yang Palace are here. They really came at the right time. Haha. The gazes of Wu Xiao from the Han Yun sect and Song Hao from the Even Sky Pavilion went cold when they felt the violent aura that shot through the heavens and the earth, and they revealed displeased expressions. "Humph, the annoying guy finally came. I really don't want to see him." Chapter 1056. Humph, the annoying guy is here. Wu Xiao from the Han Yun sect sneered, and his eyes turned gloomy. Song Hao from the Qixiao Pavilion was also a little unhappy. "I really don't want to see him." Compared to these two, the other human experts were much more excited. They were all surprised. Dragon Force, Divine Palm. The people from the Profound Yang Palace are here. Buzz, buzz! The remaining power of the majestic palm swept in all directions. As the palm fell, it was like a destructive storm, killing nearly 100 demonic beasts in an instant. This kind of aura was enough to make one's heart tremble. Then, the red clouds that shrouded the sky rolled violently. Together with a beam of dazzling light, a fierce figure, who seemed to be bathed in holy light, appeared in the sky above the Grand Canyon. Profound Yang Palace. "Qin he here!" Arrogant, domineering, and innate arrogance surged between his eyebrows. All the human experts were astonished. "Hey, good performance." Wu Xiao crossed his arms in front of him and said with a faint smile. "Qin," he replied with a frivolous smile. "Everyone is risking their lives, but you two are enjoying yourselves. What do you know? The venerable level demonic beasts over there haven't moved yet. How can we make the first move?" "Humph. According to what you said, if the venerable beast doesn't move, you plan to just watch?" Qin, he turned around and looked coldly at the three figures at the top of the crowd of demonic beasts. Then he said, "To catch the bandits, first catch the leader. Let's kill them directly. As long as we take them down, these evil beasts are nothing to worry about." After saying that, Qin, he directly stepped on the air and moved at an extremely high speed. Buzz, clusters of flowing golden light surrounded his whole body. Qin, he was like a meteorite that broke through the atmosphere, rushing all the way down and crashing into the crowd of demonic beasts. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever he went, he was like a hot knife through butter. All the demonic beasts that stood in his way were pierced through, and their internal organs were smashed, making shrill cries. "Humph, you really like to command people." Wu Xiao was a little dissatisfied. However, since the human experts of many forces were fighting hard, Wu Xiao couldn't refute. Immediately, he and Song Hao jumped into the battle, one on the left and one on the right, and started killing and harvesting. 8 Desolation Blade. With a shout, Wu Xiao raised his arms high. His palms, which were clasped together, opened slightly, and a bright, giant blade pierced through the sky like an aurora. Then his arms swung down, and the giant blade directly chopped down like a tomahawk. The airflow in the air was split apart, the earth was fractured, and rocks were scattered everywhere. Together with a huge ravine that ran through the two places, dozens of demon beasts in a straight line were instantly cut into pieces. Even Firmament Pavilion's song, how as not to be outdone. He crossed his palms outwards, and a dazzling light immediately erupted from his palms. Following that, countless rays of light transformed into sharp swords that burst out, aiming straight for the vital points of the many demonic beasts in front of them. Burning sword rain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The numerous swords rained down on the densely packed group of beasts. Even if the swords rained down randomly, 9 out of 10 of them still hit their targets. The powerful rain of swords was extremely penetrative, like a divine rainbow. Under its powerful attacks, the demonic beasts were riddled with thousands of holes, flesh and blood flying everywhere. With the addition of the 3 ancient eternal stage geniuses, the pressure on the human side was immediately reduced. Qin He Wuxiu and Song Hao were like entering and exiting an uninhabited area. They rushed straight down, broke a bloody path, and killed their way into the depths of the group of beasts. Alas, what a group of powerful fellows! We don't even deserve to be called geniuses. Han Yichuan shook his head, slightly helplessly. As the chief disciple of the palace of Juhua, he had suffered a heavy blow today. In front of the disciples of the first-rate forces of the Midland, he was not worth mentioning at all. Sure enough, there's always a higher mountain and a higher sky. The victorious East Prefecture is indeed too small. Humans and demonic beasts were fighting a bloody battle. All kinds of violent forces were colliding, and it was a chaotic battle in the sky. Those few demon venerables should be making their move soon, right? Qiao Shaowan said in a low voice. However, looking at Qin He, Song Hao, and Wu Xiu slaughtering in all directions, the 3 figures at the back of the group of beasts didn't seem to have much of an emotional fluctuation. The man, who was nearly 3 meters tall and was surrounded by a red flame, raised his head and looked at the gloomy sky. His blood-red eyes were as vertical as a cat's. It's almost time. His deep voice was as deep as the beat of a drum, and it was filled with a domineering aura. The man in the black robe, who had extremely white skin and was surrounded by bats, smiled eerily. Let's get rid of these 3 annoying flies first, then we have to hurry up. We don't have much time. I'll deal with 2, and you deal with 1. Deal. As soon as they finished speaking, both of them released a wave of extremely ferocious, demonic aura. The aura, which was like a stormy sea, gushed out like tens of thousands of beasts running, and a wave of irresistible pressure directly rushed toward the human experts in front of them. What a powerful aura! Everyone's expression changed. Even Qin He, Song Hao, and Wu Xiu frowned faintly. Their faces were filled with solemnity. Rumble. However, at this moment, a strange and strong turbulence suddenly arose in the depths of the great valley. Streaks of dazzling red bloodlight shot up into the sky like a blooming lotus. Blood mist churned in the sky above the 9 heavens, and the wind swirled around the clouds. It was accompanied by a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. Howl! Howl! As soon as such a phenomenon appeared, all the beasts prostrated and trembled, and they howled at the sky. However, the expressions of the 2 demon sovereigns changed. They looked at each other, and they could see the shock and surprise in each other's eyes. The time has been brought forward. The man in the black robe asked. Impossible. Something must have gone wrong. The tall man who was shrouded in the red lights gaze darkened, and his vertical pupils gleamed. It seems like we have to retreat first. Humph, I'm afraid those annoying flies will follow us, the man in the black robe said coldly. You guys go. I'll stop them. At this moment, a gentle and calm voice came from the side. Both of them looked at the tall figure who was wearing a mask at the same time. Her aura did not fluctuate at all, and it was as quiet as a pool of autumn water. The mask could cover her face, but it could not hide her peerless elegance and temperament. "Thank you, Miss Bai," the man in the black robe said. The pair of clear eyes behind the mask moved slightly, and she nodded gently in response. "Let's go. Roar." Along with a resounding roar that shook the heavens, the sturdy man's body violently expanded and changed. His muscles bulged like a horned dragon, and a scorching wave of air spread out. In an instant, a huge flood dragon with a pair of maple leaf-shaped wings on its back appeared between the heavens and the earth, spewing red flames out of its mouth. This flood dragon's body was thousands of feet long, and its aura was earth-shattering. The expressions on the faces of the human experts changed again and again, and they were filled with horror. "It's the Red Dragon Demon Supremes. He." Then a group of blood-colored bats soared into the sky. Surrounded by the bats, a giant bat beast that was hundreds of feet long appeared in front of everyone's eyes, like the king of all beasts. Looking at the bat's body that was covered with thick scales, everyone's expression was solemn. "Bloodbat Demon Supremes. These are the top existences among the Supremes. It's a little difficult." Just when the human powerhouses were nervous, the Red Dragon Demon Supremes danced in the air, swayed its huge body, turned around, and left. The Bloodbat Demon Supremes did not launch any attack and followed closely behind, turning around and leaving. They left? What's going on? Roar. At the same time, most of the demonic beasts in the canyon also quickly retreated, following the two demon supremes. Seeing this, Qin He, Wu Xiao, and Song Hao could not help but look at the depths of the canyon, where the blood-colored light soared into the sky. The reason why the two demon supremes retreated so quickly was definitely not a trivial matter. That's the most central area of the Tomb of Immortals and Devils. Countless powerful demons and human powerhouses have been buried there. That's right. It's said that Yama King and a great emperor of the demon clan have died there. There must be something wrong with the demon clan's attack this time. Qin He, Wu Xiao, and Song Hao's eyes turned cold, and almost without any hesitation, they immediately launched an attack. Go! Swish, swish, swish! As the sky prides of the top forces, the three of them had powerful ancient eternal realm cultivation. In the face of such a situation, they did not intend to stop easily. However, just as the three of them passed through layers of demonic beasts and reached the central area of the canyon, airwaves rose, and a gust of wind blew. Chapter 1057. The center of the Tomb of Immortals and Devils was surging with endless demonic chi. The Red Dragon Demon and the Bloodbat Demon left without a fight. They led most of the demonic beasts to retreat. Qin He, Wu Xiao, and Song Hao, the three eternal stage geniuses from the top forces of the Midland, immediately led the others to chase after them. Just as the three of them passed through the layers of demonic beasts and quickly arrived at the middle section of the canyon, a lithe and agile figure directly blocked the path of the three of them. Buzz! The three of them paused, and their eyes were filled with surprise. Who are you? How dare you team up with the demons? Han Yun's sex, Wu Xiao questioned in a stern voice. The other party did not answer, and the expression behind the mask could not be seen. Get lost. Profound Sun Palace's Qin, he shouted in a deep voice. The pair of clear eyes behind the mask moved. Then she turned her jade-like hand, and a beam of dazzling white light flashed. Immediately, a simple and unadorned writing brush appeared in her hand. The length of the brush was about 30 centimeters, and its entire body was covered with mysterious runes and symbols. The tip of the brush surged with traces of black light, as if it was dipped in dense ink. This is Heaven Gathering Pavilion's song. How was slightly shocked, and he subconsciously blurted out, "The Heavenly Pillar writing brush, ranked second on the Saint Weapon list." Qin He and Wu Xiao were also shocked. The top 3 treasures on the saint weapon list were already comparable to divine weapons. The person who could hold such a saint weapon was definitely not an ordinary person. Especially when the other party casually took it out, it made her identity even more mysterious. Of course, whether it was the profound Sun Palace, Hanyun sect, or Heaven Gathering Pavilion. Just the name of these sects was enough to give them confidence. After being shocked, Qin He's eyes turned cold, and his vigorous true origin energy instantly erupted. Humph, since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. Dragon, might divine palm. Roar. A loud and clear dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth. Qin He struck out with his palm, and a destructive storm surged between heaven and earth like a roaring blizzard, rushing towards the mysterious woman in front of him. His first move was a heavy killing move. It showed Qin He's ruthless style. However, the mysterious woman didn't panic in the slightest when faced with this ferocious palm that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. She stretched out a single hand, and her fair and slender fingers spread open, causing the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth and the surroundings to be like 100 rivers entering the ocean, and it converged into her palm with the force of a whale swallowing everything. Then, with a slight movement of his palm, a solidified palm pillar immediately shot out. Boom! The 2 palms intersected like mountains and rivers colliding. The palm pillar, formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, was like a divine rainbow. It forcefully pierced through the storm-like energy and shot toward Qin He, who was behind him. What? Qin He furrowed his brows and dodged immediately. At the same time, Hanyun sect's Wu Xiao had already flown out. His palms were facing each other, and a ball of extremely restless energy was spinning rapidly. Buzz! The piercingly cold aura caused the space to tremble. In an instant, 100-meter-long heavenly general halberd slashed down. The mysterious woman nodded slightly, and the pair of clear eyes under the mask were like a still ancient well. She held a heavenly brush in her hand and drew in the air. The dense flowing shadow at the tip of the brush sketched out black lines in the air. The speed was fast and the rhythm was smooth. It was like moving clouds and flowing water, light and nimble. Whoosh! In just the blink of an eye, a black long sword was completed under her brush. Under the shocked gazes of many human experts, the black long sword that was drawn actually burst out with a powerful sword aura that made people's hearts tremble, accompanied by a crisp sword cry. The black long sword met the radiant, heavenly general, halberd head-on. Boom! It was like 2 flowing lights crossed each other, and a layer of vigorous and surging airwaves and light waves surged between heaven and earth. Whoosh! On the other side, Song Hao, who was in the equal cloud pavilion, had already disappeared from his original spot. White light shadows flickered in the air one after another. The light shadows were like ghosts that were rapidly approaching the mysterious woman, like flowing lights and lightning. Ha! I want to see who you are. A mocking voice came from the left side. As if he had teleported, Song Hao, who was hundreds of meters away just now, suddenly flashed to the side of the mysterious woman. One of his hands stretched out like lightning, directly attacking the mask on the other party's face. However, the mysterious woman seemed to have been prepared. When the other party stretched out his hand, the heavenly brush in her hand quickly pointed at Song Hao's palm without hesitation. Huh! Song Hao was slightly surprised. Wasn't the other party's reaction speed too fast? It felt as if she knew his position in advance. Humph, interesting, Song Hao sneered and immediately changed his palm into a claw. He backhanded the heavenly brush in the woman's hand. Many human experts present secretly marveled at the swift and fierce adaptability of the battle. But at the moment when the heavenly brush was about to be caught, the tip of the brush, which was flowing with black light, gently dragged out a bunch of subtle hooks in the air. The hooks instantly turned into a sharp hidden weapon dart, attacking Song Hao's throat with a spinning momentum. Song Hao's pupils shrank slightly. In a hurry, he immediately withdrew his attack and turned over to dodge. Humph! While dodging, Song Hao's figure once again disappeared on the spot, as if he had integrated with the air. Swish! 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 White shadows flashed consecutively like a few fleeting lights and shadows. A burst of cold aura shrouded from all directions. Song Hao appeared behind the mysterious woman, again like a ghost. This time, there was an arm-guard scimitar in his hand. The scimitar was like jade, cold light splashing in all directions. Everywhere the scimitar pointed, there was danger. It's over. Song Hao shouted loudly. The scimitar cut through the air and stabbed at the mysterious woman's back. It was definitely too late to dodge. Just when everyone thought the battle was about to end in Song Hao's hands, a dazzling golden light bloomed behind the mysterious woman. Bang! Song Hao's deadly scimitar was directly pushed back by a shocking force. The corners of Qin He's and Wu Xiu's eyes turned cold. Seeing that more than half of the beasts had retreated, they were afraid that they had to catch up as soon as possible. I can't care so much. Let's get rid of her first. Immediately, the two of them joined the battle one after another. Even though it was 1 against 3, the mysterious woman still looked calm and unruffled. The heavenly brush in her hand could be used as the main attack, but it could also be used as a support. Every stroke could create a world, and every stroke could create mountains and rivers. Numerous flowers, birds, beasts, and other objects transformed into life at her fingertips. Shriek! A long, high-pitched cry reverberated between heaven and earth. The black lines floating in the air formed a majestic eagle. The eagle soared into the sky, streaked across the sky, and swooped down toward Qin He, who was in front of her. As expected of a sacred weapon on the list that can rival a divine weapon, the power of the heavenly brush is really well-deserved. Chapter 1058. No wonder it's a sacred tool that's comparable to a divine tool. The power of the heaven-supporting brush is indeed well-deserved. Han Yichuan, who was watching the battle from afar, exclaimed, I've heard that anything can be transformed into a tangible state by the heaven-supporting brush. But that sister's technique is too fast. If it were me, the battle would be over before I could draw anything. Xiao Xiaowan also echoed in amazement. Chu Hen's eyes were filled with a hint of contemplation. While watching the battle, his attention was also focused on the area behind the Great Canyon. The soaring demonic aura in the center of the Tomb of Immortals and Devils was slightly weaker than before, but it was still filled with blood-red light, like the burning clouds in the evening sky, mysterious and unpredictable. Many demonic beasts quickly retreated from the area. A portion of them and the mysterious woman were left behind to restrain the enemy. Boom! The two palms collided and the power collided. The aftermath of the collision was like a stormy sea, surging in the sky above the Great Canyon. Facing Qin He, Wu Xiu, and Song Hao, the three Eternal Realm geniuses, the mysterious woman seemed to be at ease. She used the void of heaven and earth as a piece of paper. Every stroke was a world, and every painting was a mountain and river. Everything was vivid and vivid. It was a dazzling and gorgeous scene. It could be called a stroke of genius. In order to finish off their opponents, the three of them also used their ultimate moves. Qin He's strength was ferocious, and he was in charge of attacking from the front. Wu Xiu assisted from the side, and Song Hao, with his extremely fast movement speed, was like an invisible man, constantly carrying out assassinations. The three of them didn't come from the same sect, and they had never trained together. But when they cooperated with each other, they seemed to have a tacit understanding. Geniuses are geniuses. The disciples of the big sects can always grasp the most perfect timing. Many human experts sighed from the bottom of their hearts. They are indeed very strong, but who is this woman? Why is she with demonic beasts? I believe we'll find out soon. That's right, she can't hold on for long. Boom! Qin, he struck out with his palm. Tens of thousands of rays of light burst forth between heaven and earth. A frightening power surged toward the mysterious woman with a crushing force. The latter moved her brush, and the tip of the brush gently tapped the air. Buzz! Like the ripples on the surface of water, a round shield appeared indistinctly in front of her. The round shield spun rapidly, and all the rays of light that were rushing towards it bounced back the way they came. At the same time, Han Yun-sek's Wu Xiao rushed forward with a heavenly heavy halberd in his hand. His halberd danced in the air like a soaring dragon and leaping tiger. A vigorous arc of light streaked across the sky, slashing down diagonally towards his opponent. His strength could break through 1,000 caddies, and his momentum was like the mountains and rivers. The mysterious woman did not panic at all. She waved her holy pen, and the beautiful and dreamy lines instantly formed the outline of a swan, Xiao, dragging a nimble and light shadow in the air. The mysterious woman lightly stepped on the back of the bird and disappeared in a flash. Wu Xiao's halberd struck empty air, causing space to tremble as a piercingly cold and ferocious chi wave spread out. While the mysterious woman was moving, the holy brush never stopped, and light black lines were drawn in the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately afterward, white shadows constantly flashed in the void. The shadows advanced and flickered rapidly like ghosts and spirits, accompanied by a long and narrow blade shadow that streaked across the air. Song Hao once again closed in on his opponent. "Humph, you can't escape this time, Buzz." Like a transparent person appearing out of thin air, Song Hao suddenly appeared behind his opponent, a trace of pride in his eyes. The arm guard's curved blade pierced towards her back in the form of a sudden thrust. The blade emitted a dazzling cold light, and the cold light quickly turned red. Like a blood blade, the piercingly cold aura of death assaulted, and the air temperature suddenly became cold. However, just as the blood blade was about to fall, the mysterious woman directly tiptoed and flashed away from the back of the swan shadow like a spirit goose. Hiss! The cold and merciless blade cut the swan shadow into two, directly like cutting tofu, splitting it into pieces. Just a little more. All the human experts shook their heads. What's going on? Song Hao's rhythm can be said to be perfect and impeccable, but why is it a little more every time? It's really strange. The opponent seems to know where Song Hao is and can always predict his next action. Invisibility is ineffective against her. 2 consecutive assassination failures had already made Qin He, Wu Xiao, and Song Hao cautious. At this moment, 2/3 of the demonic beasts in the Grand Canyon had retreated, and the remaining 1/3 had no intention of continuing to fight, retreating as they fought. Obviously, if they could not break through the blockade, this operation seemed to have been a waste of effort for the humans. From the beginning, you used a heaven-supporting brush to deal with us, and did not use your own martial arts. You are afraid that we will see something, so you covered your identity like this. Am I right? Profound Yang Palace's Qin, he said in a proud tone. The mysterious woman nodded slightly, and her voice was as calm as water. Ignorant arrogance. Ignorant arrogance? Qin, his face darkened. Humph. I want to see what ability you have to dare to say that we are ignorant arrogance. Buzz, buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden violent tremor in the sky. Everyone was shocked. They saw that with the mysterious woman as the center, there were actually numerous dark black lines floating in the world. This is Qin He Wu Xiao, and Song Hao could not help but frown. Even Chu Hen and the others, who were watching the battle from afar, were shocked. This layout is beautiful, Han Ichuan praised. The floating black lines in the void were like a strange star net. The positions of these lines were the places where the mysterious woman had been when she fought just now. Everyone was astonished and amazed at the same time. A painting within a painting. A game within a game. When she used a heaven-supporting brush to draw those objects, she secretly added a few strokes, perfectly forming a spectacular giant picture. A heaven-supporting brush! It was the hand of God. Swish! The woman lifted her wrist slightly, and the brush moved. A few long and narrow dreamy lines wandered from the middle, quickly connecting with the other lines around. Whoosh! It was like a meticulously sculpted piece of art. Like the finishing touch, all of the lines were instantly connected in an extremely ingenious manner. Buzz! Following that, a vast and mighty power spread out. A 1,000-meter-tall giant holding a giant axe appeared before everyone's eyes. The giant was like a mountain, and dense black flames surged all over its body. It was like a god or a demon, and its aura made everyone shudder. It did not seem like a fake drawing at all. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. What was stunning wasn't this fake drawing of a giant, but rather its creator. Roar! Without any time to recover, the giant god-fiend raised the giant axe in its hand and charged toward the crowd of experts below. It had the power to suppress mountains and rivers, and its power to uproot mountains. A battle axe fell from the sky, and a terrifying axe light fell down, like the shadow of the moonlight, the light of a divine rainbow, powerfully chopping down. Boom! Chapter 1059. Boom! The terrifying axe radiance was like the shadow of the moonlight, with a momentum that could pierce through mountains and rivers. It hit the mountain ridge below hard. The earth-shattering shock swept across the great valley. Like a deity or a demon, it could uproot mountains. The destructive axe strike made many human experts spit blood. Their chi and blood boiled, and they could not stand steadily. Very smart. After creating the giant demon with the heaven-supporting writing brush, the mysterious woman did not attack Qin He, Wu Xiao, and Song Hao directly. Instead, she chose to attack the others, who had a relatively weak defense and a relatively large number of people. After all, the giant demon was not strong enough to defeat the three of them. It was much easier to deal with the other group of people. Similarly, without these human experts, Qin He, Song Hao, and Song Hao would not have dared to rush into the central area of the Tomb of Immortals and Devils rashly. Cutting the back line makes them uncomfortable. So smart! Han Ichuan exclaimed for the third time. Qiao Shaowan also nodded. I guess she just wants to restrain the actions of the humans. It's fine as long as she achieves this goal. Boom! The giant demon, covered in black flames, was unstoppable. Its giant axe was like the heavens' punishment blade, chopping randomly. The human experts did not dare to fight with it. They all chose to retreat. With one swing of the axe, the large-scale attack reached the back line. Even the inscriptionist who was in charge of assisting had to retreat. Humph! Seeing this, the faces of Qin He, Song Hao, and Wu Xiao darkened obviously. You're courting death! Qin He shouted. Do you really think that's all we have? Looking at the human experts whose formation was disrupted by the giant demon and the beasts who were retreating further and further away, Wu Xiao's eyes darkened. He said in a low voice, I'll deal with that monster. You guys hurry up and deal with her. Swish! As soon as he finished his words, Wu Xiao dashed toward the giant demon with black flames. Humph! Fake things should not exist in this world. Buzz! Strong waves covered the sky, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. Wu Xiao's speed exploded to the extreme instantly. His whole body was filled with crimson light. Like a meteorite passing through the atmosphere, he slashed across the sky, setting off an infinite destructive momentum, and hit the giant demon's chest. Bang! Heaven and earth shook, mountains and rivers split apart. The black flame troll's huge body was directly crushed to the ground. Its huge body continuously slammed into the mountain behind it, causing the mountain peaks to collapse and the stone walls to break. The layers of rock walls were like pieces of tofu, splashing everywhere. Senior Wu Xiao! The eyes of the Hanyun sect's disciples lit up, and their faces were filled with joy. Is everyone all right? Wu Xiao asked solemnly. We're fine. Zhuo Yuehan replied hurriedly. He then continued, It's just that those three people, they've been watching the show from the start. Damn them! Wu Xiao furrowed his brows. He followed the direction that Zhuo Yuehan was pointing at and coldly glanced at Chu Hen and the other two. Zhang Shu was about to say something, but the black flame troll had already climbed out of the rubble. Its heavy breath was even hotter than the heat wave. Humph. Wu Xiao coldly snorted. I'd like to see how many of my heavy blows you can take. Buzz! A majestic aura burst out from Wu Xiao's body, and the other experts subconsciously retreated a few steps. Rumble. Then dark clouds surged in the sky, and a huge wave of pressure shrouded the area. The endless layers of clouds parted, and a dazzling light shone down. A glazed pagoda that emitted an endless aura descended from the sky. Cloud pagoda suppression. Wu Xiao shouted loudly. Rumble, thunder roared, and the sky and earth lost their color. The cloud pagoda suppression brought with it an imposing aura like the 5 great mountains, pressing down on the black flame troll. It was luxurious and resplendent, and its aura was so strong that it shook the heavens and the earth. Bang! The divine pagoda suppressed the troll, and an unstoppable force gathered on its opponent's body. The troll, who had yet to completely stand up, once again fell heavily to the ground. The mountains and rivers beneath its body shattered, and countless deep and dark cracks rapidly spread in all directions. The black flame troll was suppressed under the pagoda, and it couldn't move at all. This guy is starting to get serious. Song Hao's eyes darkened, and he glanced at Profound Sun Palace's Qin He. It's time for us to make a move. Hey, Qin, he sneered frivolously. How about one move? That's exactly what I was thinking. Song Hao's voice turned cold, and his aura surged as he immediately disappeared. A white light flashed in the air, and with a leap, it quickly approached the mysterious woman. We apologize for underestimating you before. This time you won't have any chance. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of wind-breaking sounds overlapped, and 6 streaks of light flashed in 6 different directions of the mysterious woman. Buzz! The 6 streaks of light quickly became thin, bright, and transparent, like 6 layers of a glass box, sealing the opponent in a 5 to 6 meter wide square space. You won't have the chance to escape. Swoosh! The cyclone moved, and Song Hao appeared outside the square space. He raised one hand, and the arm guard's curved blade once again emitted a dazzling red light, as if it had been soaked in fresh blood. Their movements are restricted. It seems that they have learned to be smart this time, Han Ichuan said. Chu Hen's eyes darkened slightly. Because the mysterious woman was wearing a mask, he couldn't see her expression at the moment, and it was difficult to judge her condition after restricting the opponent's movements. Song Hao didn't rush to make a move, because what he needed to do was to wait. Buzz! Almost at the same time, Profound Sun Palace's Qin, he leaped up into the sky. Tens of thousands of streaks of golden light poured out from behind him like a blazing sun. It was dazzling and incomparably glorious, like a giant golden lotus. That is... Everyone present turned pale with fright, and their pupils constricted. Qin He, under the holy light of the golden lotus shadow, was like a king who controlled the life and death of this world. The giant lotus faced downward, releasing an unparalleled holy aura. Could it be one of the supreme techniques of Profound Sun Palace? Lotus Sun descends to the world? TSK, I can finally see this technique with my own eyes today. Sure enough, she's going to be killed in one blow. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the petals of the lotus opened one after another, like a rapidly blooming flower bud. With every petal that opened, the power that enveloped heaven and earth became stronger. The scorching airwaves scorched the earth, and the entire sky above the Grand Canyon looked like a scorching sun. Then, the destructive power directly locked onto the mysterious woman in the area below. Chapter 1060. Buzz, buzz. The sky trembled, and the world lost its color. Looking at the giant golden lotus that was like the scorching sun in the 9th heaven, all the human powerhouses in the Grand Canyon were shocked. It's actually one of the Profound Sun Palace's supreme absolute skills, the Lotus Sun's descent. Oh my God! This Qin, he is really amazing. I heard this martial technique is extremely overbearing. Coupled with the harsh cultivation conditions, many profound Sun Palace's disciples don't even dare to touch it. I can't believe he has cultivated it to mastery. Looks like he's going to kill her in one blow. On the other side, Wu Xiao from Han Yun sect frowned slightly as he muttered in a deep voice, "These two fellows." Earlier, they were unable to break through the mysterious woman's obstruction even after attacking for a long time. This time, they naturally wanted to regain the face they lost earlier in one fell swoop. So they even executed an ultimate technique like the Lotus Sun's descent. The dark clouds in the sky above the Grand Canyon dispersed, and the scorching light shone on the ground. The giant lotus was like a sun in the sky. The flower bud slowly bloomed, and every time a petal bloomed, the energy it emitted grew stronger. "This isn't good," Han Yichuan said in a deep voice. Qiao Shaowan shook her head as well. Even if she managed to block this killing move, there's still an assassin standing behind her. The two of them don't plan to let her go. Although the mysterious woman was on the demon beast side, both of them did not have a good impression of the people from Han Yun sect and Equal Sky Pavilion. They could not say which side they were on. They just felt that it was a pity. Buzz! Buzz! The petals bloomed one after another like the countdown of the god of death. The dazzling light had already turned the area in front into a blind spot. Everyone could only see 3 black shadows. Looking at the mysterious woman who was trapped in the transparent square space without moving, a mocking smile appeared on Qin He's face that was condescending. "I really want to see how panicked you look under that mask. I'm sorry, let's end this. End this." Buzz. Qin He put his palms together in the space that was trembling nonstop. A surging aura rose as the remaining 2 petals of the giant lotus behind him bloomed one after another. Instantly, a destructive energy brewed and dazzling lights bloomed. Swish! However, at this critical moment, a 4th black shadow suddenly appeared in the area enveloped by the strong light. What was going on? Everyone present was startled. They saw that the black shadow that had suddenly broken in was charging directly at Qin, his location, at a speed comparable to that of a lightning bolt. Without giving Qin He any time to react, the black shadow that had rushed up to Qin He did not say a word. He raised his fist and punched at Qin He with a tremendous force. A scene that exceeded everyone's expectations happened just like that. Qin He's pupils constricted, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Boom! An unprecedentedly loud bang suddenly erupted in the sky above the canyon. Under countless dumbfounded gazes, the huge golden lotus that had not bloomed with the last petal instantly exploded like a fireball. The lotus sun descends. He was interrupted at the last minute. Rumble! The huge golden lotus exploded on the spot. Scorching waves of air and fire that blotted out the sky and covered the earth spread in all directions. Like a tsunami that had broken through a dam, it rampaged in the canyon wantonly. The chaotic energy gushed out wantonly and pounced on the mysterious woman and Song Hao from the Equal Heaven Pavilion. "Damn it!" Song Hao cursed in a deep voice. Then his eyes turned cold, and the blood-red scimitar in his hand burst out with a scarlet light. Just as he was about to land the finishing blow, a loud bang resounded, and the 6-sided seal trapping the mysterious woman instantly exploded. Countless bright crystal fragments fluttered like rain. In the next moment, the golden storm that was wreaking havoc in the world came whistling. Song Hao had no choice but to retreat and fly away. The earth trembled and the mountains swayed. The remaining force of the violent energy attacked the earth like a storm. When everyone witnessed the destructive power of the lotus sun descending into the world with their own eyes and felt shocked, their hearts were filled with confusion. Did someone attack Qin He just now? It seems so. Anyway, Qin He's attack was interrupted at the critical moment. Who was it? The turbulent airwaves gradually dispersed, and a thick layer of rocks was directly scraped off the messy canyon. However, Only Chin He and Song How were in the sky above the canyon where the airflow was chaotic. Even the mysterious woman had disappeared. Hee, good, very good. Chin He's face was ghastly pale. Chin He's face was dark and ghastly. His eyes were filled with cold light. He was so angry that he laughed with a hint of savagery. Hee, no one can escape from me. Chin He, no one. Equal Heaven Pavilion's Song How also had a cold expression. He glanced at the surrounding crowd and said in a deep voice, "Humph, it seems like there's indeed a spy sent by the demonic beasts in our crowd." Swish, swish, swish. In the dark and dense forest, a young figure was shuttling in the forest at a slow speed. He did not have a specific goal. He was only tracking by relying on a faintly discernible aura. Disappeared? Suddenly, Chu Hen stopped in his tracks. A trace of confusion could be seen on his face. Initially, he wanted to continue his pursuit, but after thinking about it, it did not seem necessary. Immediately, he shook his head and turned to leave. "Why did you help me?" When Chu Hen had walked less than 2 meters away, a gentle and indifferent voice came from behind. Chu Hen's heart lit up, and he immediately turned around. He saw a delicate and charming figure sitting on the branch of a towering tree in front of him. She was wearing a mask on her face. Although the style of the mask was very ordinary, with only a few simple drawings, it gave people a very different feeling. However, the feeling she gave others was extremely different. Her innate, extraordinary temperament was not affected in the slightest. The dim light from the treetops shone down diagonally. Coupled with the mystery brought by the mask and the current environment, it gave people a familiar, dreamy feeling. Chu Hen's heart trembled slightly. Suddenly, he felt like his heartstrings were touched. His eyes revealed a trace of unusual gentleness. The woman tilted her head slightly, seeming a little surprised. The way the man in front of her looked at her was a little unexpected. It was mixed with some kind of deep emotion, nostalgia and apology. The woman said softly, "And Chu Hen was startled again. Puzzled, he asked, "What did you say?" "From your eyes, I can see nostalgia and apology," the woman replied. Chu Hen was stunned. He immediately looked away and touched his nose apologetically. Chapter 1061. Nostalgia and apologies, eh? What? From your eyes, I can see nostalgia and apologies. Chu Hen was stunned. Immediately, he shifted his gaze away and rubbed his nose a little apologetically. "I'm sorry, I forgot myself. I just thought of a friend from a long time ago. Every time she went out on a mission, she would wear a mask. Is that why you helped me?" The woman turned slightly and looked at Chu Hen. Chu Hen shook his head. "I haven't thanked you yet when we were at the lake in the forest. I just happened to pass by. It's not wise of you to offend the top 3 forces of the Midland for such a small matter." The woman's voice was gentle, and her tone was indifferent. It was as if the critical moment just now was not that dangerous for her. "Maybe." Chu Hen laughed heartily. His handsome face looked especially clean. "But it's not a small matter for me. So you're not with them?" Chu Hen shook his head. "I'm just looking for someone." "Looking for someone in the Immortal and Devil Tomb?" The woman was slightly surprised. "Yes, that's surprising. Have you been in the Immortal and Devil Tomb for a long time?" Chu Hen suddenly asked. "Not yet. I came the day I met you." "Got it." Chu Hen's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. If the woman had been here for a long time, he might have been able to get some clues about Luo Mengchong. After all, she disappeared through the crack behind the space-devouring cave. It would definitely cause a big commotion. But the woman came to the Immortal and Devil Tomb on the same day as him, so there was nothing he could do. What happened in the Immortal and Devil Tomb? Why are there so many demon beasts here? Chu Hen opened his mouth to ask, but soon felt that it was not appropriate, so he corrected himself. "Sorry, I was just asking." The pair of clear eyes behind the mask looked at him with interest. You shouldn't have asked, but there's no harm in telling you." A glimmer of light flashed across Chu Hen's eyes. The woman replied softly, "Thousands of years ago, a large-scale foreign race war broke out here. At that time, over a dozen powerful humans perished, and the devil race's Yama King and a demon race emperor were killed here." Yama King, monster race, great emperor? The corners of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he had an idea. After the fall of the monster race, great emperor, and Yama King, the evil aura they left behind never dissipated due to their overwhelming strength. As time passed, this area gradually became a forbidden area. Thus, it was called the Tomb of Immortals and Demons. It means that the Tomb of Immortals and Demons is where immortals and demons are buried. The Tomb of Immortals and Demons buried immortals and demons. Chu Hen nodded, indicating that he was listening. The demon clan has invaded the immortal and devil tomb on a large scale to retrieve the demon emperor's bone that was left behind during the Great War. Demon Thearchus' bone? Chu Hen was stunned. Bring it back to be buried? Since that's the case, it's reasonable. Why would those sects interfere? The other party didn't answer Chu Hen's question. She stood up slightly and stood on a tree branch, tall and elegant. It's enough to know a rough idea. There's no need to know too much. Yes, Chu Hen nodded gratefully. Buzz. The space trembled and airwaves stacked up. Along with a powerful aura, over a dozen dazzling light beams descended from the sky, like auroras descending from the sky, and landed directly on the peak of a towering mountain. This group of people had an imposing appearance, wearing golden battle armor and holding holy light spears. Their cold eyes revealed a sharp glint. Humph! They actually escaped to the Tomb of Immortals and Devils. A deep and cold voice was filled with coldness, accompanied by a frightening cold aura, a haggard middle-aged man with sunken eye sockets, as thin as a zombie walked forward. His cold eyes that were suffused with a dim light swept over the endless, deep mountain range in front of him, and a trace of a savage smile appeared on his shriveled lips. "No one can escape from me. Qing Xiong, hee. Thank you for telling me this." In the quiet forest, Chu Hen looked at the mysterious woman in front of him. Before he could say anything, he suddenly sensed a familiar but cold aura. "It's them." Chu Hen was shocked, and he couldn't help but frown. "I didn't expect them to chase me all the way here." The cold aura was still fresh in Chu Hen's memory. Back then, the other party directly slammed him into the sea from the flowing cloud golden ship, the Light Saint tribe. Previously, after leaving Whale Island City, he was intercepted by the Light Saint tribe on his way. Chu Hen moved alone, and a fierce battle broke out between him and the Light Saint tribe experts. Although Chu Hen had used a trick to kill another ancient Eternal Realm expert, Yin Quan, on the nameless island, the leader, Qing Xiong, was too strong, and Chu Hen didn't dare to rashly counterattack, so he could only choose to leave. Originally, he thought that he had completely shaken off those people after coming to the Tomb of Immortals and Devils. He didn't expect them to be able to track him all the way here. It was really unexpected. "You seem to be in a bit of trouble," the mysterious woman said softly. Chu Hen's brows slightly relaxed, and he smiled embarrassedly. "I'm sorry, I have to go first." With that, Chu Hen nodded and turned to leave. But just as he took 2 steps forward, his expression suddenly changed, and a scorching pain spread from his chest. "What's going on?" Chu Hen subconsciously covered his chest with his hands, and only felt that the 8 extraordinary meridians in his body were burning, and it was very uncomfortable. "It's the hidden attack of the Lotus Sun descends to the world." The calm voice came from behind again. "Hidden attack?" Chu Hen's handsome eyebrows knitted, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The mysterious woman shook her head. "It seems that you know nothing about the forces in the Midland. The Lotus Sun descends to the world of the profound Sun Palace is known for its overbearingness, and the reason why it has such a strict training requirement is that the Sunfire hidden force is extremely difficult to control and can easily injure oneself. But once you master it, it can hurt others invisibly. hurt others invisibly? Chu Hen suddenly understood. In other words, although he had stopped Qin He from launching, the Lotus Sun descends to the world at the last moment. The hidden attack released by the chaotic power had secretly drilled into his body. By now, the Sunfire hidden force had already flowed through all major meridians of his body, and that was why the reaction was so strong. He had been too careless. Chu Hen silently shook his head. The situation was too critical before, so he didn't think too much. As expected, when dealing with people from those powerful sects, he couldn't be careless. Just when Chu Hen didn't know how to deal with the predicament in front of him, the mysterious woman's calm voice came out.